Hey, good evening. This is AK Diley, and I'm here to run Phantasy Star Online, Episode 1 and 2, and I'm joined by my good friends Fantasy Starved and Carl Bobadine.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm gonna run a kind of a unique category. That's a HuCast speedrun. Time is gonna start when I hit yes on recreate, and we'll kind of explain as we go. I'll count down 3, 2, 1, go.
See, here I thought I was being clever. I just said 10 seconds ago you should actually use Creek one of these days. And that's exactly what you were doing.
I'm picking a red area section ID because it's good at getting you extra armor slots and armor units. So the objective of this category, Soul Eater Slays Falls, is to obtain the Soul Eater and then apply it to Dark Falls' face. It's a run that shows off the HuCast power and just how incredibly broken it is once you give it a Soul Eater. Principal didn't say anything, so just ignore him.
How many ash face plants are we going to run along the way? 2? Are we going to have 2 ash face plants?
I think that is the designated number, yes.
Alright, I'll be keeping track as we go. Here for all the important stuff.
Alright, so we see a familiar face right off the bat, but he's going to teach us how to do our job.
You gotta learn how to open doors.
I actually probably shouldn't be skipping through all the dialogue, so I will from now on voice Creek in the spirit of really lot the lore. But it's total habit that I skip through it. Here come the wild animals of Regal. If you're close enough, a cursor shows you which enemy you can attack. Don't let them surround you. But honestly, he's the one that has to worry about getting surrounded, because if he bumps into a monster, he might just get block-locked. Kind of like this, actually. Hey, nice little Zond 1 drop. The NPCs are very derpy. Sometimes they'll get caught on nothing. I think it was actually caught on the switch there. Reading dialogue can add a lot of time. That's why we're going to reserve it for the good characters. This is kind of awkward because I had to go back for the Monas showed up here and already spawned all of its little Mothmans.
I'm really disappointed in my hero Karik. I thought he was able to use doors better than that.
I mean, he's cursed by some fancy weapon, I guess. Doesn't need any points in intelligence. I do want to kind of guide Krieg to whatever he can, because he can do it faster than me for the moment.
Concerned are you with him kill stealing you? Does that really make much of a difference?
A little bit. Like, it makes more difference on a phoneme run. If you're with your teammates, they'll watch your back. If you're alone, try to change the view to look around. Camera management in this game can be pretty annoying.
Yeah, there's no right stick to control the camera, so you're forced to constantly turn the camera behind you by pushing a button. You eventually get used to it, but like more modern games definitely have a better way of doing the camera. Since the game was originally on Dreamcast, it also didn't have a second stick, so they just never included it ever.
And in this game, all the spawns are kind of preset, so I kind of know where something's going to spawn. I try to get into an ideal spot. I was actually a little bit far behind. That's okay though. So yeah, if I tag and then let him finish, it's enough experience for sure.
You don't have the phoneme kick. It's just the saber swing now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a meme that you don't unequip like your regular attack from the A button and you'd mash through dialogue, you'll end up like kicking the air as a force. don't know why I didn't decide to go for that wolf there. It was right in front of him. These guys are way over here.
He was trying to give you some experience since you're a new hunter and all, you know? He's very thoughtful. He's very good at training new hunters.
I mean, that's how people play PSM in my experience. They just kill things. Doesn't matter if there's a level 1 in your party.
But Kirik's an NPC. He has to be the trainer. After all, he's giving you such helpful advice. Like, don't get surrounded.
Alright, I'm gonna try to work my way to the door here and let Creek hopefully take care of that Puma. No, he didn't quite reach it.
He was concerned for you, and you got too far away from him. He just wanted to make sure you were all right.
Here's a simple bad tip. Be mindful of the colors during battle. The color on your palette indicates what button you should press. There's actually an extra set of dialogue that we did skip right there, and it involves being close to the door right there. Hey, the Q-cast miss.
Yes, the giant robot has the inability to hit things sometimes.
I did a poor job of getting Creek over to the side there.
Who is it?
Go, that's one.
I can hear something. A growl?
You got the data disk!
And we're not dividing this up well. Alright.
Thank you. What? Zid? Now I know why you guys are here. He always treats me like a kid. I completed the quest, but suddenly they attacked me here. Monsters appeared and I dropped the disc. I couldn't do anything.
I'll take this boy with me. You delivered the disc to the client. Then we can finish this job. Lore. Train yourself. Become much stronger to impress me.
That's not foreshadowing at all. He just wants to see a small hunter get very strong.
You could say he sees some of me in him, or some of him in me. Alright, we're gonna go buy some egg food and feed the egg here. It's important to keep our egg well fed, because we're going to try to boost our accuracy as high as we can and maybe even hit level 35 and get a really cool photon blast by the end here. Creek already left after receiving the Meseta.
Yeah.
Never have seen such an intimidating android. It's like that android was built for battle. This must be the disc that I asked to find. Thanks. Ash is enduring the pain since he won't go see a doctor. You can get your reward at the Hunter's Guild. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, rescuing Ash was secondary. It was all about that data disk. That's what's really important here. So now we've got side quests on top of the side quests that are not related to the Soul Eater at all, but we have to do these to unlock future quests related to the Soul Eater. So, not going to voice act every single thing here. Again, we're continuing the theme, though, of economic gain being more important than people's safety as they explore this planet of Regol. Even though there was like a crisis and the entire like vanguard of migrants has just kind of disappeared without trace, people are still like, ooh, let's go down to the planet and earn some money.
That's what I like in my civilization, a lack of care.
Good old Q-cast miss.
When's frying pan percent? That's a good question. When are we going to beat the frying pan?
It's not planned for today, but I could do it someday. Unfortunately, it's not terribly engaging because I already will frequently run like all missions, and then to get the frying pan on top of that just involves replaying a few quests. Oops. Am I really from the Hunter's Guild? I ask myself that every day. Yeah, the frying pan you get by collecting badges from different people, but you can't do it on your first run through the quests, because some people only show up after you... I think that's right. Like, some people only show up after you talk to someone on a certain quest, but it's after you've already finished another quest that you could have unlocked that quest.
Technically you only need to repeat 2 quests, and that would be claiming a stake and then black paper to get the frying pan. You can actually get 3 of the emblems on your first run through.
Makes sense. But yeah, claiming a stake is a quest you have to do to unlock all the other quests, so there's no choice but to do that one twice.
Yep.
Probably should put my frame back on.
You lost your frame? Oh no! Don't drop it.
Yeah, exactly the end.
What about frying pans? You actually can't equip a Kiko's frying pan on a run through unless you do some extra grinding to get the enough ATP to use it.
Yeah, I don't even think UCAS can. But oh wait.
Yeah, no, not even UCAS can.
Actually, isn't frying pan a katana?
Yes, it's a katana.
The katana, yeah.
The ultimate weapon. That's what a Kikos is, anyways.
I did just pass over the objective without picking it up, but it's... I do have to actually touch it, but it's kind of faster to go for the Rappy first while you wait for the wolf to spawn, and then pick it up then. And now we're waiting for a Monos to spawn in, and it's buzzing in, and we're just gonna wait for it to become vulnerable. This one doesn't spawn any Mothmans, so it's kind of just a big waste of time. It will spawn it if you give it enough time. Alright, if I time this right, we can get a kill with traps. Boom. Off screen.
Well done.
Yes, this is just running through episode 1. As there are really not any quests in episode 2 unless you're playing the plus version of the game or you have access to online.
And even then, it's not much as like late game content.
The only actual story quest takes so long to beat, and if you want the hidden ending with the secret item you get from it, there's a long mess of things you have to go through to get it. It's not always the most easy
Carl and
or
I-
fun thing.
Oh, Carl and I both have had bad experiences getting the reset ring.
We're not the only ones. I believe the Knave was trying to do it as well, and he messed up as well somehow.
Oh.
The item's very particular. If you just don't do the quests, if you don't do certain things in the correct order, you just completely mess it up, and you have to start from scratch. New character or a new difficulty. Oof, never again. I got it once, that's enough for me. I've messed it up 4 times, so I spent about... gosh, I don't even know how much time I wasted trying to get the darn thing.
And you can't even really use it.
Yeah. I'm sure many people who have gotten it know what we're talking about. And I'll leave it a secret to anyone who hasn't gotten it. You can find out for yourself.
It's fun.
It's a secret to everyone.
Alright, so I bought a telepipe in the shop there. That's going to become important on the next quest, just to save about 20 seconds. Do a little bit of a shortcut. Also, we don't even have to talk to the quest giver. That's... we just throw his item... we throw his dad over there, throw his items over there, and just leave. It's time for Magnitude of Metal. We're introduced to another important NPC, but we won't be seeing much of her in this run. We'll see more once more time.
I'm always interested. If we really wanted a lore run, we could always just. I'm not sure how we'd have to do it. We'd have to start in very hard somehow, and then we'd have to do the specific things in order to unlock her extended ending.
Why very hard?
Which I think that story's because that's the earliest difficulty you can do it. If you do it in normal or hard, the extra ending to the quests doesn't actually appear. For some reason, it doesn't trigger that early. I don't know why Sega did it like that. Because it's not hard, and it's just a little bit of story. There's no actual fighting or anything. It's just extra cutscenes.
Oh, you're talking about the extra extended ending of Soul Steel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Because I think I did it the other time, and I got a little bit. I was like, wait, wasn't there more?
Yeah. Well, this is a lore run, but it's specific to Kirik. We're not doing the entire extended PSO lore universe, unfortunately. It would take too long.
Right, because a lot of that is distributed through these, we'll call them like story capsules that Red Ring Rico leaves around for you in free roam one-player mode. So that's the first real exposure you get to the story, is if you read all those.
Yeah, so now we're focused on the Soul Eater, and everything else is just going to be on this side.
Oh, that's right, Retired Hunter 2. There's a lot of secret lore in this game, actually.
And the Retired Hunter lore extra ending is kind of disappointing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You just get to go to Forest 2, and you get to read something left by the Episode 2 antagonist. Anti-hero? I don't know what to call him. He's technically not the antagonist, but his body is.
Victim, yeah.
There we go.
The equivalent of Red Ring Rico. Eleanor chased away some eggs that they wanted to sell for money, so good job fighting back against the economic realities of this world right now.
Yeah, leave our digital pets alone.
Yeah, I would say next time I could probably do a full floor run, but I was definitely not prepared to like put together anything like that. It takes a lot of research to even do half of it.
You know, honestly, if I had the time, I wouldn't mind trying to write it out for the PSO Plus disc. You have to do East and West Tower before you can unlock Seed the Heart for Episode 2. Correct? I don't recall. I actually have never run them offline. I should do that sometime.
Yeah, I did actually, that Game Boy Advance connectivity, I did try that once. It's kind of weird, but it's cool.
I missed that. Stuff is fun.
Could have been a zillionaire, guys.
Too bad the bank doesn't allow that much money to be stored.
I mean, can you count to a zillion?
I can do it twice.
So the big banks are just counting on that you can't count to a zillion. They'll just tell you you're a zillionaire. Alright, so here's the first real big luck part of the run. And that's whether we get the good forest map. We got the worst one, so we'll get a little bit of extra battle here. Yeah, sorry Rico, not today.
It's okay, Rico will wait for you, she always does.
Actually, I could probably get away with just doing... I was gonna say, I could get away with doing normal attacks only, but not if I get low rolls on that.
Yes, really showing off the strength of a HuCast by hitting the lowest damage number every single time.
Okay, see, that time I rolled high. Episode 3 was interesting. It's a game that really spread this lore out between some very long and oftentimes tedious battles. Yeah, missed him off matter 2, actually. Hopefully those guys will come down.
Yeah, I love episode 3. I do not love rolling double ones in episode 3, constantly to lose the game. Other than that,
What are you talking about? Just get lucky. That's how you win the game.
it's
Never
how
roll
you win
ones.
every game.
You can't make me believe I rolled once. No, I don't believe you. That's a 6.
Hey, if you're talking lore, episode 3 is a direct sequel. It in every sense of the word, it
Yes.
continues the story.
Episode 3 takes place 20 years after the events of Episode 4, which was a Blueburst exclusive. And the story of Episode 4, as I recall it, is a giant meteor hits the planet, so you're hired to go figure out what the hell it was.
You actually got all the mothments that time. Why is this game strangely addictive? I say it's the soundtrack. It hypnotizes you.
Yeah, I can agree to that. I listen to it way too much.
I remember that this game is 20 years old.
Yep, it just turned 20 last December.
Still fun. It's still an Amazeballs game, and this game is 20 years old.
Oh, someone said the MMO word.
Oh no.
Alright, I'm gonna try to pull the wolf over here while I take care of this one. It was pretty friendly. Off by one there.
The football lobby is basically an MMO. I mean, you're not wrong. Just gotta set up the tournaments eventually.
Feed that hungry mag. Can't believe we're still in Forest 1. This map really is the worst.
You'll get through it, don't worry. I believe in you.
Wow. Oh, that's right. That's a go boom. Just goes to show that Automod has not evolved since the days of Phantasy Star Online.
True.
Yeah, this map is okay. We can kind of just skip past this first room, hit a switch, open a door. And then there's going to be two competing waves here. Send these guys to fight each other. The Booma did a little bit of damage for me. And just like any percent, I leveled off with that Booma. Kind of unintentional, but I'll take it. Only need to hit the wolves in this room. Hey, free telepipe. Yeah, the emote system. I love that. On this map, there's a free telepipe in this room that I always pick up because telepipes are pretty expensive. Okay, getting a second reliably normal heavy now. Thought it was a little bit later. There you are. Now, before I forget, it's very important that I go to this room after this fight and hit the pillar that unlocks the ruins. If I don't, it'll be doing a bunch of forest later, and that's no fun.
We've all done it. Live. Walk of shame to the pillar that you forget.
I've done it in more runs than I care to admit.
But a fun fact, the differences between GameCube and Dreamcast. In Dreamcast, you can't actually touch these pillars until you've cleared the game up to the ruins and found out that Rico got into it just as you were getting there. Or at least that's what the lore is supposed to be. So you have to go back, fight all the monsters that you've already dismantled, and go touch those pillars.
Because Sega really wanted you to do everything twice. Because even if you do it all in one playthrough, we'll repopulate all the maps with monsters again.
Yes, leaving all the items you've left behind just to sit there again. So you're just following a trail of loot that you've left behind while killing all the monsters you've already killed. Have fun getting old. I don't know. Mome is a little more, I don't know, that Mome, though.
I confused the Rappy so that I would assist him with that Tether Bear. Did an excellent job.
Yes, save the Rappies! So that Rappy is, I believe, one of the first instances of 2 waves in one room, and if you kill that Rappy, more enemies spawn. You don't want that, so try to save the Rappy. He's cute, fluffy, and you don't need to hurt the Rappies. Not all the time.
Yeah. Ice Burner brought that up in chat too. It's one of the most important things about speedrunning PSO is knowing which ways to kill and which ones to leave alone for time saving. There's a lot of that.
Hey,
where do the Rappies come from? Well, you see, when a mommy Rappy and a daddy Rappy love each other very much, when someone enters a random room on a planet, something falls from the space.
They just land on their butts and they're okay. I don't think anything can actually hurt them.
Yeah, except for your saber.
Well, I mean, they're playing along.
Trivia. Trivia. Rampies were called chirpers in Phantasy Star 3. At least in the North American version.
So many Zonda Barda drops, I'm kind of jealous of this run.
Yeah, should have been Montague.
Oh, lucky block there. Kind of messed up. Alright, time for the first boss.
Yeah, fun fact. So fun fact about Rappies really quick. They're actually, their lore is supposed to be that they're space invaders. So the reason they follow the sky is because they're entering the atmosphere. I don't know the full extent of that lore, but that's apparently it. That's why they also have antenna, because they're supposed to be aliens.
One of these days we need para-Rappies. They need to get on that.
Oh.
It's drifting down.
Immediate mistake there. I've walked too close to the dragon, so we're gonna lose about 15 seconds to it flying up and shooting some fire down at us.
How did they get into space? They fly. They're not flightless birds. The only reason they run away from you is because you've knocked them down and they're afraid. It'd be easy pickings if they started flying.
Love the matter-of-fact way you said that. They fly.
Yeah. So the dragon fight, if you can actually make him loop around you if you stood in the correct spot. You can get behind him, and then he'll just keep turning and turning and turning and turning, and he'll never get a chance to fly in the first phase. There's no way to actually kill him without him going into a second phase. I've actually heard it was possible to one-shot him in the first phase, but it has to do with having lag and hitting him too many times for the game to count it.
If I recall correctly, if you use a one-shot kill cheat, he still takes 2 hits to kill.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. That's why it's like lag. I've seen, or at least I've heard it was possible on the private server Athenia for Blue Burst. Someone was using a Dark Flow, hit the dragon, and because of how the Dark Flow works, it shoots out was it like 5 or 6 beams that hit multiple times. If you hit him too many times and with some sort of lag, it'll just skip the phase entirely. I haven't seen it myself, so I'm only going off of what I've heard. I'd like to, if someone can actually cause that to happen, I'd like to see it, because I think that'd be funny.
So when the dragon bursts out of the ground again, one of the safest places to be, as unintuitive as it sounds, is right in the middle here. And then you, because he'll never pop out right in the center, so you just kind of want to be near him. And then keep chipping away to his feet. And same story there, as long as I stay behind him, he'll keep moving. I have to be careful to back off, otherwise he might start breathing fire again and then take off and do a second cycle.
Yeah, the trick is to just to do 2 hits and then back off and try and reposition yourself.
Definitely not lined up correctly here.
Dragon attacked you?
Rico!
What? I didn't say anything.
Oh hey, I can use handguns now. Excellent.
Nice.
Look at all these crappy sabers I got, by the way. Like, none of these had anything good on them.
So the boxes after a boss are actually the next tier of weapons, or at least the next zone's weapons. So they're also set items, so each box contains a weapon, an armor, or a green tool item. What those are just random, but if you're looking for good loot, definitely check those, because you can potentially find a really good handgun, saber, sword, pretty much anything from the next area.
Dragon, did
This
it attack you?
applies to all bosses.
Well, please continue investigating. Normally I would sell stuff, but there's really no need. As a HuCast, I don't need, like, monofluids to operate, so...
True. You got enough antidotes to feed?
I got,
You have antidotes.
got anti-paralysis at least. Antidotes would be slightly better, but...
Difference between antidotes and antiparalysis is 1 dexterity.
Yeah, and you get a little bit of power with the antidote.
True.
Getting something better
Now
than
we
a
hit
base saber would be nice, but oh well.
You have a handgun, man. That means the run's gonna go really, really fast now.
Sure, yeah. If I can hit anything with it. Actually, I'm gonna rely on Maytha to do quite a lot of work, because she can not miss at all as long as she actually shoots her fireballs.
Alright, so what is her name? I always thought it was supposed to be Martha, they just misspelled it. But is it Matha? Is it Matha? Is it Matha?
I say Maytha.
I always called her Martha. I thought it was a translation error myself, but
Alright, what does chat say? What do you guys think it is?
I just read what's on the screen.
So the story of the caves is all these creatures are just like the forest native creatures that have been altered slightly. The evil sharks are supposed to be boomas that have mutated. It's pronounced Martha without the R. All right, so the
Samantha.
what dialects? What language uses A's as an R? Murther.
Now this handgun that I picked up before has potential to be very good. If I get a 1-hit kill special in it, it will save me a lot of time in the long run. Because there are some enemies...
With it.
Well, I mean, even out of pan arms, I'll probably hit 1 out of 20 and they'll still be faster.
True. Yeah, pan arms are really annoying.
So I'm going to go ahead and open these boxes because I am looking for things like a sword or... See, like a barrier's good. That'll stop me from getting knocked down. You get toppled, it's like 4 seconds loss immediately, so if you can block more hits, you can save some time. don't know what was taking Maitha so long to fight that.
She was an amazement at your gun skills. After using a handgun? Unbelievable.
Okay, I do want the tech grinders, so I'll pick that up. What else can I get rid of here? Ooh, 3-slot armor. That's my armor for the run, I think.
Congrats.
That's why we run Redria.
Oh, Redria, I was just gonna say.
Oh, the little voice in my head is telling me that I'm commentating on really longathon. Thank you, little voice in my head.
Alright, one good thing I can use the handgun on these boxes, because I can check to see if there's anything I want to look at before going over there.
Martha's the same as Martha in Japanese. Makes sense.
Yep, Lily tried to poison me, and so it got in a state where I couldn't... Yep.
That was close.
Didn't think the magic would actually... Oh well. You don't see that every day, Maitha using Gifoy.
Why did she skip Foley out of Nano Drake? I've never seen that.
It must be because there was a
I've only
Lily
ever
nearby or something, and maybe she took enough damage that it, like, unlocked something in the AI. That's kind of unusual.
Damn it.
Yeah, maybe. I've legit never seen that. The only time I've seen her ever do it was when in the first room when she was surrounded by sharks, and I just kind of ignored her in order to go check items.
Another good find, Night Power, boosts my damage by 5. Or rather, my attack power by 5, which is damage of 1. And then I got a better handgun, unfortunately it's native percent, so not very useful, but it's still +1. The Nano Dragon's big beam does 31 damage, so you want to be at 32 HP or higher.
So, as someone said in chat, NPCs use their G-Techs at a certain amount of damage, and I have confirmation from someone outside of the chat. NPCs use their G-Techs when their HP is below 75%. Fun fact for anyone that didn't know that.
Oh, another Night Power. And another Night Power. This one
Night
slightly...
Power minus.
And part of level 2, which...
Does the Dragon Beam get more powerful if a Nano Dragon kills something, it gets bigger, but does its beam get stronger?
I don't believe so.
I assume no. It's just like a weird mechanic I wish Sega would have actually done something more with. Because they do get bigger, and they just like... Yeah, oh, that's it. They just get bigger, but like they don't give more experience, they don't get more dangerous or stronger in any way, shape, or form. They don't even give better items.
So
like...
I think I've seen a Nano Dragon launch a beam in the air like maybe half a dozen times in my entire life.
Yep, it happens every now and then. Ooh, another saber.
Ooh, questionable +5. Tech it up to +7, man.
Oh, I was hoping she would foil the other one, but okay. Didn't get close enough. I think the AI actually doesn't like shooting like to the high ground for whatever reason. It's a little strange. 0-slot frames are pretty easy things to drop when you're trying to make room for stuff. They are
I always
pretty poor
drop
for
frames first.
yeah, pretty poor for selling and trying to make money off of it.
So as people are talking about in chat, Bernie, he's a ranger with a burning visit. His actual name is Barney. He doesn't know why people call him Bernie. It possibly can't do with the fact because he's holding a burning visit at level 16 as a ranger without a mag, or the fact he only shoots Bowie and Decoy. It's time to take you down.
Fond memories of Carl organizing a Bernie Ranger party where we were all Bernie Rangers.
Yeah, the only shame is we couldn't find enough burning visits. I don't think any of us could have equipped them.
There was a lot of Bernie that day.
What would be a really good AI secret to learn is why they sometimes attack with their staff. I assume it's just random, but if you could manipulate them to always use their techniques, it would be huge for speedrunning.
Very. I just like the fact that it really only applies to just the force characters, but like they seem to have a super extended melee attack with their wands and their canes, and the melee characters don't have that. They actually have to run straight up to the enemy, hunters and rangers, and they have to go smack. Well, rangers all use guns, so I guess they don't, but you know what I mean. I just question why the forces even have a ranged melee attack in the first place.
I mean, I think it makes more sense than try to have them fight in melee with the stats on those weapons.
Does section ID factor into the speedrun at all? Yes and no. Yes, because you choose what you really want to look for, and no, because every drop in the early game isn't nearly that important. It's mostly up just to personal preference.
I actually should be having Metha fight this too. The big thing about section ID is getting the extra slots and extra, like the slightly better armor units. Although
Yes,
I did end up getting night powers only, which is unusual. Like if I wanted to guarantee getting night powers, I'd play Pinkle instead of Redria. Myth is gonna try to fight from outside the room. Unfortunate.
Yeah, NPCs don't care how far away they are. They will just try to attack when they're in range.
Okay, I pulled her into the room now, so now she should actually fight. Maybe with her staff, though. That's okay, Metha. We forgive you.
NPCs have an AI weight value that determines how often they roll weapon attacks versus tech attacks. Force NPCs usually have more weight on using techs as you'd expect. So it is RNG, but they're more favored to use techniques according to my sources.
Well, it sounds like
wondering who my source is.
sounds like there's nothing we can do about it then.
Yeah. Unless we completely figure out how RNG works in this game, which I don't think will ever happen unless someone's crazy enough. Considering how many people have already looked deep into this game, and they're still finding stuff, it might be possible. But as I was saying, anyone wondering who my source is, I'm sure some people in chat know who Elron Ives is. I think he's a very trustworthy source of information, and he knows too much about the game.
Giga Frame's good for money.
Nice, just drop a normal frame, man.
I don't think I've got any
One
left.
frame per
Oh, I did have one left. Okay, whatever. This is one of the dialogues I decided I wasn't gonna do full voice acting for everything in the game. Because that one right there would like add 90 seconds right there, and I was just like, oh, that's gonna really balloon. When I'm more prepared, maybe next time. Alright, so now we're actually gonna utilize the shop for the first time in a while. Ooh, I see a Shadow Saber with my name on it.
Shadow? Oh, baby.
If it would kindly tech to that.
Tech it up, everyone!
Check
Lend
the
us your
handgun.
RNG!
Your handgun doesn't matter. Got 10 more tries at this at least. There it is.
So, the reason that he's teching the saber repeatedly is because the tech isn't guaranteed to be the weapon it is on the first try. You have a little bit of leeway, meaning the specials on questionable weapons can tech up or down one tier. In this case of the saber, it started as a dim saber, so it can only go up to shadow, which is the next tier of insta-kill. The grinders on it can also tech down +1 or +2, so the +5 could have teched to +7, or you saw it probably go down to +3. As well as any percents on the weapon will upgrade or downgrade to another 10% amount. So if that Shadow Saber had any percent, say like 10% A-Beast, it could have teched up to 20% or teched down to 0%. casts do not get insta-kill bonuses, no. Casts only get bonuses to special, basically effect weapons, kings, and they have a negative to demons. So, kings is experience steal, but they get a bonus. I forget if it's a flat amount. If anyone knows this off the top of their head in chat, feel free to correct me, but it's like, I think it was a 30% bonus to ice techniques, paralyzed techniques, and confusion techniques. Skills, specials, that's the word. So ice, confusion, and paralyzed specials. There's no bonus to insta-kill. Unless you're playing Blue Burst, there is a unit that doubles the effectiveness of insta-kill weapons.
I tried using the one-hit kill and it connected, but it didn't go off, unfortunately.
Still, a shadow weapon in the normal mode of the game is astounding because it will activate more often than not because things are pretty weak to it. But that's also assuming you have the attack accuracy to hit with it. So the insta-kill has to do 2 rolls. One saying that you hit it, and then once you actually confirm the hit, the game rolls to see if the monster resists it.
See, like that time it worked, but it still took me 3 hits and I could have killed it Lily normally anyway.
What does opening the keyboard do? Alright, so you might see him opening the keyboard every once in a while to avoid hesitating. When you get close to a monster, or when you can target a monster with an attack or a skill, your character starts moving slower when you get close to them. So, opening a menu will prevent that from happening. You might notice it in mines and sometimes in the caves, where there's a hallway with traps. Opening the menu is the same concept there. Your character won't slow down and enter a fighting stance with the menu open.
Yeah, it's...
Yes, any menu will do.
Yeah, it's taking away the targeting reticule, as Iceburner pointed out. See, otherwise you're like... The idea is that as you get closer, you're like, to an enemy, you're like preparing to hit it and you're being careful, but you can just kind of run through things with no care in the world and you'll be fine. And the side effect is that you can just run quickly through traps without taking damage 95% of the time. I should probably open these. That's fine.
It's one of the hardest things about going back to version 1 for the Dreamcast is there's no quick menu. Ugh.
In that case...
It literally changes the entire game, not having a quick menu.
It definitely makes it more difficult. I don't think it changes that much, it's just it's much more difficult to menu 2 things.
Yeah, like you're more committed to using one weapon and whatever's on your palette. Those boxes were lots of nothing. Alright, went for the... Oh, get another chance. Okay, I was hoping for the meme Shadow Kill and Nano Dragon. Every now and then it works.
It's Nano Dragons and, wait, which is more? Nano Dragons or Grass Assassins? I think the Grass Assassin is more resistant to insta-kill.
I would say Nano Dragons, but I didn't think Grass Assassins were that resistant, but...
Well, I'm thinking, my experience is in Ultimate difficulty, where the Crimson Assassins have like a 70 or something resistance, and just insta-kill never works on them, at least for me.
Yeah, and you wouldn't use it too much in a normal mode anyway, because they're either evasive to begin with, or they run away from you. But hey, we could try it on the Grass Assassin. He misses. Yeah, see, I could have just killed it normally there. Got one there.
Well, I mean, still, normal mode, everything's weak to Shadow, so... Shadow the world.
I'm getting decent success with it.
Yeah. I mean, it's also good that it's on the saber instead of the handgun.
Oh. Cecil got paralyzed. That doesn't happen too often. Means she's not going to be helping us anymore. It's okay. First time for everything. I can say that I don't think that's ever actually happened in a run for me before.
It's got paralyzed laugh.
Yeah, so we're on a quest to have Cecil lose some weight in time for her wedding. So we're going on a jog through caves here.
I think there's a Planet Fitness halfway down.
I'm not too worried about Cecil because there's not that much more combat in this quest anyway. See, I kind of want a sword for waves like these. That's kind of why I've been checking so many cave foxes. I don't really need anything else from cave foxes, but I do want to get a sword so I can hit multiple targets at once.
You think it'd be viable to do... You know what? No, never mind. I'm just silly. I'm not going to ask the question. I was going to ask if Soul of the Blacksmith would be viable to do early game, but I just realized it's locked. So you have to actually unlock it before you can do it, and I doubt you're going to be doing it. It's not necessary for Soul Leader.
Is the requirement to do caves for that?
You have to unlock caves, and then you have just to beat Graves Butler, Waterfall Tears, and Addicting Foods to unlock the next tier of missions. Oh, and Secret Delivery. I forgot about that one.
Even already like doing that quest, yeah, it would take enough time that it'd be silly.
Yeah, you have to beat the dragon again, and well, the caves isn't that hard. It's like one room, and then you get to the material, and you get a sword that potentially has a lot of hit.
I'll do another quick shop trip. Just make sure I'm good on things like telepipes. It's a good thing not to leave behind. Actually, you know what? Yeah, it's too late. There's not gonna be a sword in the shop, but I was like, I could buy a dagger, but we're doing okay. We got a shadow saber. Anyway, weight loss achieved, 80 pounds in the blink of an eye.
I wish it worked like that in real life. I'd be very thin. I find a waterfall every day.
Yeah, I need a few trips myself.
Alright, we gotta deliver a package to YN0117. It's very important. We've got 45 minutes. Go, 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 go.
This is also the mission, for anyone that doesn't know, where you start the Akiko's Frying Pan subquest that we will not be doing.
Oh, come on. That was 2 solid hits. Now, if I can do like normal heavy like that every single time, I would just do that, but it is pretty unreliable. Although training for Shadow is not reliable either, I suppose. I didn't manage to pull that guy over. Yeah, that could be a sword. I gotta check that. Or it could be a rifle.
Is it a sword? Yeah. people talking about slicers in chat.
Slicers are legit. No, who am I kidding? They're very niche.
The only reason everyone uses them though is because of the little exploit, making it very, very viable for damage and specials. If it wasn't for the fact that the way that combat works, so the attack accuracy of each attack overwrites. How do I explain this? I'm trying to organize it in my head. So you have 3 combos, right? If you get the first attack, second attack, and the third attack, if you do it fast enough, the second attack's accuracy will overwrite the first attack's accuracy, and the third one will overwrite the second one's. So the SNS glitch or exploit that people know of for slicers, because the slicer's projectile is slow, if you shoot the first projectile with a special attack followed up by a normal attack, the first attack of the slicer will have the accuracy of the second attack of the slicer. And it applies to all weapons in the game, not just ranged weapons, but also melee weapons. It's very much less noticeable with melee weapons, but it exists. But yeah, it's not that the ATA goes... The ATA goes up with each attack, but the attacks will override each other, which allows for the ATA swapping, or exploit, or whatever you want to call it, to happen.
In short, it does all calculations at the moment of impact. So it's something you can abuse with the right timing.
But
With
yeah,
enough attack.
Yes, attack speed also very important. So if you have like a unit that makes your attack speed go up, you could potentially, at max range with like a handgun, with a dim or a demon special, you could attack with that, followed by normal attack, and you get the thing to proc almost guaranteed every time, if you're good at timing it right. But it's very difficult with weapons, projectile weapons that aren't slicers. I can do it, but it's very, very difficult for me, and I get very frustrated when I fail it.
I'm hitting way more of this shadow than I deserve to. Like right there. Ooh, better sword.
Nice. Hey, I dare you to shadow the first NPC fight.
That does actually work, but
I know it does, but they have enough evasion to make it not work very, very well.
the let's see, is Anna? I guess in this route it's not Anna, but in the fight with Anna and Kikagaski, Anna's got a ton of dark resistance, but Kikagaski does not. So it works pretty well on 1 or 2.
I'd say you should do it on Keyreek, but I don't want your run to end very quickly. I have no idea how much dark resist Keyreek has.
Yeah, the Creek is a little bit of a joke in the first 2 fights, and then the third one, it's pretty dicey. So we could try it on the first one, maybe. Alright, shoot that Hungry Meg. I'm like on some sort of weird autopilot. This is not the way to go. No,
Oh, you can go that way.
no, you're
it's
right.
actually shorter.
Yeah, you're right. I was reading something wrong. I don't know what it was, but I had like a bad feeling. Who knows? But yeah, you're right. There are 2 ways to go.
Yeah, this mission specifically, you can go to the left or right in the previous room, and the room that we entered only has 2 waves as compared to the other rooms. I believe it's still 2 waves, but the waves have like 4 times more enemies? 2 to 4 times more enemies? 3 times more enemies? I don't know. I can't count. I'm not in the other room.
Hey, it's our friend Bernie. Not gonna be featured in the rest of this run. Yeah, Kikagaski is a name that's hidden behind Bird Select, as Aurelius points out. But that's a cool way to like find out who's on the map It's just by using word select, and then you can see these are the NPCs that are on the map right now. Brittany was behind us. Type O is the android over to our left, who you do not need to interact with and just waste your time if you do so.
But you should go ask for him for directions, right? Ask him where YN00 whatever the numbers were. Man, I should remember that.
Isn't it? I think that's the one where they say like YN0117 is not online, but if you give them the other option, which is I think like I think it's the thing that we're delivering. I think it's like EN05 or something like that. They're like, what? Error, and then they fight you.
Yep, there's 3 NPCs that you can optionally fight. I thought they were mandatory at some point when I was first doing all these missions, so I always fought them. And then I learned I didn't need to, and I'm like, oh.
Well, they have confusing text saying like, oh, we're unlocking something at the end, but it's just unlocking the door that they lock when they fight you.
Yep. To answer the question about shit hack I saw, yes, if you're playing on the Blueburst shit hack or SCHT, they have increased experience.
Alright, if you lay a damage trap right where a pointfully slimed spawns, it will just one-hit kill it. Just a little bit of a quirk of BSO. Doesn't even have to be out in... So I can just take care of boxes while waiting for that to pop. Take the armor over another handgun. Probably got something better to drop. Trap vision. Get out of there. Just casually doing special as a UCast and succeeding. This is kind of an odd feeling.
You're the most accurate HuCast in the world.
As of this moment, yeah.
Why does the damage trap one-shot slimes? It's a little bug in the game. I'm assuming just the way they programmed it was weird, because you can actually affect slimes with all the other traps as well. If you lay down a freeze trap on their spawn location, it'll freeze them anywhere in the room. Same thing with the confuse trap, it'll confuse them anywhere in the room. As for the actual reason, I have no idea.
Yeah, apparently it doesn't matter like how much damage you do, it just always one-shots them, so it's a little bit strange.
I'm sure someone will know the answer. That untargetable slime has 0 HP. That's a neat theory. I doubt it's that simple. If it is, it's cool.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. Slimes have all sorts of weird idiosyncrasies. Like,
Yeah.
if you hit them on the third hit of a combo with your attack, it will split them. If you hit them with ice, it will split them. Although I think it has to be a freezing ice. It can't just be it can't be like Barda.
Yeah, you can only freeze them with Gi Barda and Raw Barda, and it'll split them guaranteed because it has a chance to freeze, and I don't understand why that is. But also, if you're playing a Force, and you do a 3-hit attack combo and then hit them with any spell, it will also split them, including Rabarda and Gi Barda, which will then split them twice in 1 hit. And I have no idea why that happens, and it only applies to the slimes. No other enemy in the game does it store your attack counter. I found that by complete accident, and I'm still baffled by it to this day.
Yeah, every now and then I accidentally split a slime in a phone run, and I'm like, oh, I guess I technically did that, but it didn't register. I don't think you can one-shot slimes that split off of another slime unless you one-shot the original slime. I think it has to do with their spawn location.
If you split the slimes and then one-shot put the trap in the original location, it should kill all of them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, even if the original one died, it should.
And
still
another
kill
fun
them.
slime thing: if you are piping for slimes and are splitting slimes because you're looking for your Lavis cannon or something, and you split them, and you kill one of the split slimes and it drops something, will never drop anything ever again, even if you go back up and leave it. You know, anything that drops an item won't drop a second item. So
This only applies to offline, as you can't telepipe online for splitting slimes. You can still split them with the telepipe, and the same thing applies, but you can't reset their red slime rare thing.
I found
online.
something kind of rare and kind of neat. Luck material. It's going to increase my critical hit rate.
So fun thing about the luck stat, it is literally only crit, and at 100 luck, which is the maximum value of the stat, you only have a 20% chance to crit. It definitely feels a lot higher than that because of how often you attack. You see a lot more crits rather than not. It's a little weird.
When I run these missions as a force, or really just anything that's an android, there's a little bit of a death warp you can do in this where you get poisoned and then you run into one of those traps to warp back. But since I'm an android, it's really not worth trying to set up anything like that.
I mean, you still could have done it. It just would have taken a lot more fandangling.
Well, it would take...
How much
it
is
would
the
take...
crit boost?
Sorry, what?
Sorry, I'm reading chat.
I was gonna say, it takes more time to set up than it... Like, if you have to take any time to set up, then it isn't really worth it.
True. But as for the question, how much does a crit boost? I believe a crit is just double damage.
It's... I don't know if it's 50% or if it's like something that like increases your raw attack value. I don't know if it's double.
I want to say double because it always feels like it's double.
It's
Someone
significantly more in any case, and it's nice when you get it. Also, it has a very satisfying noise.
Very. I remember having the argument with someone that a heavy attack doesn't do double damage, and it's just like, what? If you look at the damage numbers, a normal attack does half the damage of a heavy attack. I don't know how that's not double damage. Maybe my ability to do math is incorrect, but I don't know. My brain is too smooth for this kind of thing. I see double numbers, I say double damage.
Oh hey, it's Eleanor again. Gonna do the same trick where they lay a telepipe on the ground and talk to her. And then we can just smash through all our dialogue.
Luck does not affect drop table, no. The RNG with drops is all set. Alright, I have information on a crit. It's like 1.9 something times multiplier for damage. It's not an exact 2%, but it is very close. 2%, 2 times. Also, you guys may not have just known it, but we did pass the ultimate weapon, or at least the person who gives it to us. The leader of the weapons herself, Akiko. Is she actually Akiko? I don't know. They never actually say her name.
I don't suppose word select is gonna... Yeah, she's not a true NPC, so you can't... Can't bring up her name. So I used the bank to deposit the die grinder because I want to save that for the Soul Eater. And in a pinch, I could use it to get money if I really needed it. But it's really not... Money's not a big deal as a UCast. Alright, got one more quest to go here.
I have confirmation that is indeed Akiko.
Okay.
She has a frying pan, she has a wok. Why does she have a wok? Why does a Rappy have it in Easter?
Because she cooks.
But like, why does the Rappy have it? Why is it a digital weapon? Why does a virtual Rappy with an egg on his head have it?
Alright. One more quest before we do the Caves boss, and we're on a mission to get the biggest contraband on Pioneer 2 there is. The cake. I'm gonna try to make good use of my confused traps while I can. So I'm gonna get a refill when I level up.
I mean, yeah, the Rappy gets cooked, but why does it have Akiko's wok? Why does it have the wok of Akiko? Also, why is the wok of Akiko a dagger? It's the frying. It's basically a wok and a ladle, and it's a dagger that uses the charge special. But then you have Akiko's frying pan, which is a frying pan. That's a katana. And I already forget what the special is, but it's not very good.
Isn't it like burning?
I have no idea. I've never used the
No,
special.
I thought it was TP
Spirit?
or whatever.
Yeah, probably just TP drain.
Maybe
Nothing.
or maybe it's HP drain.
It's not Berserk, I know that much.
It's a drain. I just don't remember which one.
Alright,
Got him.
maybe TP Drain. I've only ever... Nice. I've only ever used it on the cast, and that's for the 25% run I've done. I used it on Olga Flow, and I never used the special. Or rather, the special didn't work.
I get it because it comes with a free. It gives you extra magic strength when you equip it, so you can actually use that to use technique discs sooner.
Huh,
Along
I didn't
with-
know that. I've only ever used it in the cast, so I wasn't aware that it had extra MST.
Sure does. It's got like 40 magic strength or something.
Oh, it's
That's
huge.
quite a bit for a katana. What the heck?
It has
Wait.
a lot. It's 30 or 40. It's got a lot.
It's about as much as any
That's
weapon
more
gives.
than a wand. What the heck?
That's the only reason why I kept using it. Add some mind units and a mind mag, and even if you're not a force, then you can use technique discs way sooner.
And those guys
Akiko's
split
frying
up
pan is
awkwardly.
mined. It does drain TP. Alright, so you guys were correct. It is mined. That explains why I've never gotten it to work on a cast. Because casts don't have a way to think for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, just finish it. Poison
Yeah,
Lays
one
will
of
go
the
into this little
things-
death spiral when you get him down to like, I think it's 25% HP. It takes forever on anything but other than ultimate mode for them to finish themselves off.
I have confirmation starved. It is 30 MST. Quite a bit.
Yep,
That's
yep.
a lot of MST.
It's very handy.
And I do miss the Dreamcast sword animation for males. The little hop in the end is just so fun to watch, and it's
I
satisfying.
love the hop.
I know people that don't like the hop, but like it for some reason for me, at least in the Dreamcast version, it saves me more than not because the hop doesn't push you forward into the enemy, keeps you in place. And I
I was
definitely
there
use
and then I discovered that God Battle actually screwed that animation up.
Yeah, you go too fast with it, and the enemies just run at you too fast. Dreamcast is an entirely different game from me. There's a lot of very little specific things that just don't work very well.
Okay, that was a rare little bug right there where I double hit the Lily with a saber, even though it normally hits one at attack. The Lily has 2 hitboxes, and I was able to hit both at once. And he escaped all. That's actually a good drop.
That's huge.
Yeah, especially since Krieg can kill you if you're not careful with the crit. Yeah, version 1 of the Dreamcast, you could use certain animations to push yourself through doors, and that's what the glitched speedruns use.
Yeah, most commonly, the ones I'm aware of that are used the most are the unarmed animation. The saber animation also works very well, and I think it was the double saber animation was the best one to use for going backwards through doors. It had the largest back one. I've never been able to try it myself. I've never gotten a double saber in Dreamcast, so...
Those Dreamcast drop rates, though. I mean, to be fair, version 1 for the Dreamcast was pretty much the beta. So,
That's exactly what it was, in my opinion. Like, there's so much that's not completed in it. In fact, they're just missing iframes altogether, too, which aren't introduced until version 2. max level 100, ultimate difficulty, a quick menu.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are very anachronistic about PSO overall. Like, they released the game I'm playing right now is the original release on the GameCube in America for Phantasy Star Online. But there were 2 versions before it on the Dreamcast, and there was a version that came after this called Episode 1 and 2 Plus, which is essentially what in today's terms would just be a patch, because it added a few quests and it fixed a few bugs. That's it. But they released it as a whole new disc. With a whole new SKU and everything.
Also release it? Yeah, didn't they also release it just to try and get people to stop hacking in the game on GameCube?
I mean, probably.
If I recall correctly, that was the biggest reason why they got that disc out. The original game, people could hack it easily because the online functionality and the way it was programmed and handled.
Oh wait,
wasn't very
that's
good.
true. Yeah, so the original PSO disc, even people that didn't care about or never played PSO would use it. It became very valuable because that was one of the first ways to crack into your GameCube using a PSO disc. So
Actually had 3 discs in NA, not 1, 2 not being plus. That makes sense. Yeah, there's the 1.0 and then the 1.1 original PSO disc.
Yeah, I think the 1.1 you had to like send your disc in to get. I don't think it was like sold as such. I mean, maybe if you got like something in between, you could get it, but there's not a lot of information on like how you where 1.1 came from. Did a poor job of staggering that grass assassin there. If you give it an opportunity, it will go into this charge animation where it winds up and then releases, but you can't hit it at all while it's doing that. You hit everything except both sharks at the same time there.
According to my sources, Sega released about PSO GameCube 8 times overall. I'm guessing that's across all versions.
Yeah, there were also like multiple versions in Japan as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and use this. I probably should have done it sooner, but I was thinking about I should be using this. It saves a little bit of time.
Special attack!
Photon blast.
Bing.
Ah. That really should never work, but I'm gonna take it.
We take those boys. So I do believe we still have not seen a rare enemy spawn.
Yeah, it's pretty common to not see one during a run, but it wouldn't be surprising to see like a Nar Lily, the red one. That's the most common one you're gonna see just because there's so many poison lilies.
Yeah.
do you happen to remember if that drop is any useful for Redria?
If you're a force, it is.
Redria-
It's Angel Mind.
Yeah.
Mm.
If we were running a different color D and you just happened to find a red lily, a Nar Lily, the drop could have been a Dragon HP. I forget what all the... It's Angel Mind and Dragon HP. Isn't there like one ID that gives something else?
I think you can get General Mind off of one of them. Or maybe that's a Hilda Blue I'm
Yeah.
thinking of.
Maybe.
Dragon HP is huge though, it's plus 40 HP, and you can see I've got 108 right now. No one's gonna want to pass that up if they can get it. That'd be the only reason to like run something else other than Redria is to get a Dragon HP. That's one thing Redria does not get. Well, I say that, and I did get it off of the dupe chick the one time, so you won't usually get it.
But yeah, there's a couple like IDs that give you a Dragon HP from a Nar Lily. I know Orin does for a fact because I've gotten it dropped multiple times across different runs.
Orin, Blue Full, and I forget what the other one is.
I can look those up really quick.
Guessing Skyly, but I don't actually know.
Dragon HP from, yeah, Blueful. That's the wrong thing, actually. Hold up. Blueful, Yellowbows, and I've gotten it from Orin. But apparently the Orin drop is a general mind. So something's not right. I need to look at my drops and update them. Because I've gotten a Dragon HP off an Orin.
Yeah, Orin's definitely true for Dragon HP.
Alright, yeah, the drop tapes I looked at were incorrect when I was copying them over.
Something I'm doing as a hobby is to, and I know others are working on it too, get better information out there, because PSO has enough information out there, but a lot of it has got enough errors that you can never fully trust it.
Orin is Dragon HP. And, yep, Yellowbows. Full. That's it.
Sounds right.
And you know the weird part about the drop tables that I was using is, so my drop tables are just a comprehensive list of things I've seen from all rare enemies. I'm eventually going to see every single drop in the game, or at least I hope so in my lifetime. But all my data was copied from Phantasy Star. So if my data is incorrect, that means your data is incorrect, Star.
That means you haven't updated in a long time.
I know.
You need to update your sheet.
Well, they've been pretty much accurate. I double checked everything above normal mode. I didn't really care at normal mode.
Versus Dark,
I
that's
guess
interesting.
I'll just take 30 seconds to plug it then. I've been very fortunate in working with Kayak, who is one of the key people in keeping the shithack GameCube server going. And I was able to receive all the exported data for the drop for GameCube for PSO. So it is basically 98% complete now, but finally we'll have a 100% correct drop table for the GameCube, which doesn't really exist, and it'll be all in one spreadsheet. So
that's so much what I'm doing too. So we'll be able to corroborate and have multiple sources. Because right now, yeah, it's usually like a guide on one website, and maybe it's okay, and maybe it's got errors. You can never really be sure.
It's a lot of data, and it's very, very easy to wind up with errors. It's just so much.
Yeah, if you're keying stuff into spreadsheets, you're going to have a typo, you're going to have like a transposition, put something in the wrong row. It's really easy.
Finishing up box rares right now. I honestly don't know if the information on box rares will change speedrunning strategies at all. I have
Probably
honestly
not.
no idea.
No, we already kind of know what the box rares are, and it's, yeah, mostly the amplifiers and the, like, you can get, so yeah, I don't think there's anything really else other than that would ever be good. If you could get amplifiers and merges, or amplifiers and barriers, rather, reliably,
Yeah,
that'd be pretty
know.
nice, but it's generally not going to happen.
Yeah, I know the one good run I had, I got an amplifier of Gizande and an amplifier of Zande, but I never got a yellow barrier. Even though I had the potential to get one, I didn't get fortunate enough to get one, because getting the drop for the barrier itself is, well, that's a rare drop. And on normal mode, those drop rates are close to like 1 in 10,000 or so.
Yeah. Actually, wasn't it the last time we ran a really longathon starved, we got the red barrier?
Did. As it turns out, going through the drop tables for Redria then also, right?
Yeah.
Redria has almost exclusively yellow, red, and I mean not totally exclusively, but 90% of their barrier drops are just the yellow, red, blue. So
That makes sense. Redria is the armor ID.
Can we do it again? Wow, this is ridiculous.
Dude, you got Shadow. You're winning.
This quest is
Shadow is so good.
This quest is notorious for people who hunt offline because of it having multiplayer density. There's more enemies generally, but only when you play multiplayer mode. So a lot of the quests up to now, you'll fight like 1 or 2 things, maybe 3 at a time. Okay, my luck ran out there. Come on. There we go. So yeah, it's another quirk of the slimes. If you use a special attack, they won't pop down again. Unless you hit them with the 3rd attack. So you can just keep doing special, and then wait for your special to activate. But otherwise, if you hit them, they'll hide and go run around a bit and be untargetable. The only reason I didn't do the one-shot kill on it with the damage trap is I was already out of damage traps. The damage trap over there might actually be too far. And there's actually a second time we need to consider.
Yeah, that positioning of that trap looks a little funky to me. You can hit both slimes with one trap here, but it's like the positioning is kind of tight.
Yeah, you'd have to center it. So I had it right for the one slime, but forgot there were 2. Alright, I guess I can normal hit beyond the least, as long as I hit everything.
So coming up, not right now, but eventually, very soon, we'll hit level 11, and level 11 is important because that's the first time the shops in the game will update their inventory, which will give us a second tier of spells, armors, and weapons.
We actually upgraded once before, but it's almost not worth mentioning. It's like you can't get things like Foy level 2 until you hit level 6. Doesn't matter for a Q-cast at all.
First major upgrade is level 11.
No damage chips again, huh? Because Q-cast doesn't get as many as some classes do. Oh, I guess I used up all my Shadow Saber. We're just gonna kill with little pokes. There we go. And when you run all missions, you hit about level 11 right now. Since we skipped some missions, we're only level 10.
And I see 8 attack power per level up. I'm so envious.
Oh yeah, it's really nice. And that translates to like 1.5 damage for every attack, with a normal attack. So
Yeah,
you get
just base damage, yeah.
just being at level 10 right now is so much nicer than what you would do in like an 90% speedrun. Ooh, hey, my brand, perfect.
That was quick.
Yep.
Is that the first weapon?
Jesus.
Pretty much the first weapon in K3 brand. Almost first drop.
Right, so Caves 3 is the first area in the game where you can get the second tier of weapons, brands, and auto guns for handguns, as well as for the second tier of melee force weapons. But
I did not mean to take that hit. I really mistimed that. pressed the A
So you
button.
just kind of watch it, hoping you weren't going to get hit.
Yeah, I pressed A too soon, and then I was like, oh, my attack didn't go off. Whoops. So now that I've got that, we're going to use the Shadow Saber a lot less, because I can just kill things with raw damage, and it'll be much more reliable. But I'll still hold on to the Shadow Saber, because there are things like pan arms that I still won't be able to damage.
Yeah, holding onto that shadow weapon, it's just too good. You don't want to give that up. I'd probably hold on to that all the way to ruins, honestly.
I mean, forever, as long as there's things like Dark Hunters to fight.
Yep.
Speaking of pan arms, how about
First instance of Pine Arm of the Run.
honestly, at this point,
This
using
is
the
a
brand
shadow.
would have been probably faster, but we're sticking with it. Seriously.
Yeah, Brand would have been a better
Hero
idea,
slime.
man. The slime was not going down without a fight.
Defending his people.
Oh, and autogun.
With the Brand. Oh, nice. You got both things, so you don't really need to shop for weapons unless you want to just like take a peek.
Yeah, I'm not gonna shop for weapons, just gonna get rid of inventory. I can't even think of there's no other special I'd want for these sabers. I already have the one I need, which is Shadow.
Technically, an HP steal one wouldn't be bad, but like I don't know when you'd use it.
Yeah, I'd want it on a gun.
Actually, that would be hilarious if it were a Shadow brand, or even a Dim brand.
Dude, if it was a Shadow Brand, taking it up to Dark would be hog. I don't even know if it can even get that high.
I don't think you
It
can
would
in
be
caves.
hilarious.
This is a handgun. Okay. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to decline. Alright, I'll just take the sabers, just because we're curious. Ice sabers, utter garbage.
Yeah, the ice special isn't very good. in this
Panic
game.
saber's even more garbage.
Do you want to equip it now?
And Hard Brand is not a good special, but it's still a brand, so we'll keep it.
Dude, was that 25 ABs?
Yep.
Jeez, it is the Caves Killer. Honestly, I don't know if it would have been... I want to say it might have not have been a bad idea to try and tech it up at least 5%.
Yeah, I wasn't...
Getting it.
Yeah. It's not a high chance, so... We don't need it that badly. We can sell... No, we can't sell that. Don't sell that. Almost sell the Shadow
Thinking,
Saber.
you are highlighting...
I know.
You are highlighting it, man. What were you doing?
I don't know.
You can also... I already forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. I had a thought, and it just kind of fluttered out of my head.
Cake
I
delivered.
just like that you gave her a cake in the middle of the guild hall when they know it's contraband and technically not allowed.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
And she just eats it right on the spot.
the
with,
Hunter's
a
Guild
bunch
is
of
not.
people watching.
The Hunter's Guild isn't gonna turn you into the government. Wait, now we go to caves. What am I doing? I was gonna say,
She
so
didn't
I'm
share it with anyone else.
checking splits in the background, and that was a 46-second gold,
Congrats.
and that's all thanks to the Shadow Saber.
Shadow Saber is Pog.
But anyway, friendship with Shadow Saber's over now. Heartbrand is my best friend. Also, we got the worst cave 1 map, so more caves. So yeah, a lot of the lore for this particular run is kind of loaded in the back. We're just unlocking a bunch of stuff now, including all the areas. But we do some of the prerequisite quests first because of these maps being a little... I guess since the maps are uncertain and the boss of the caves is really obnoxious to not be strong for, so we want to get as strong as we can before fighting him.
Okay, so let's get into the lore then. How strong are we on this? Karik is actually a member of Black Paper, correct?
Yes.
Yes, he's their hitman assassin, known as the Black Hound.
And Black Paper is an organization that does basically underworld type things for profit, right? Mercenary and...
It's not clear,
mercenary,
like,
black market.
they kind of introduce, that your introduction to them in the game is that some hunters are disappearing, and it's implied that they're being, like, captured, and their fates are uncertain, but some lore suggests that they're involved in the slave trade, which is kind of weird, because I don't know how you would have slaves on Pioneer 2, but yeah, I don't know, apparently it happens. This game has
So
a
do we
lot of dark
know-
themes that are, like, not really, like, highlighted, but they're definitely there.
Yeah, they're there. Do we know if Sue is officially a member of Black Paper, or is she just,
She is, but they make that ambiguous a little bit too.
We're not sure if she's like deep undercover or anything. At least I like to think that. I don't know. This is just my speculation and not actual facts. But she says she's new when you first meet her. So that implies that she's fresh and she's never done it before, but I think she could be like a double agent.
Yeah, and like, don't read too much into like the dialogue of Seed of the Heart because you'll get really confused.
Yeah, but there'll be an important plot point in the game that we will hit, which will decide our fates if we fight Kirik or not. So basically, if we at the end of the first mission we find Sue, she'll ask us for a name, and depending on your answer, you'll be flagged as an enemy of the Black Paper or not. And since it's not really a spoiler, since we already know we're getting Soul Eater, we are definitely flagged as an enemy, so Kirik will be sent out to kill us. But it's a little crazy.
that's good if we want our Soul Eater, so...
It's kind of funny though because the game prompts you to answer yes or no to Sue, but you can actually skip that dialogue entirely, and then you don't get either of the outcomes.
You don't get flagged at all. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Because the other option is to get the Good Soul of Steel ending and do Seed of the Heart if you answer yes. And then Sue kind of becomes like a little bit of a... like she looks out for you a little bit. It's kind of weird.
She becomes attached to you like you're an anime protagonist.
This right here is why this map is the worst of the free roam maps of caves. You have to go hit this switch, run across this other section, and we're doing all this just to unlock a switch on the room on the left. That's just a huge walk, and the map itself is kind of spread apart in terms of experience. So there's not a lot of action. Right. At least it was.
You are right, Ives. Sega wants you to align yourself with the mob in order to get the good ending. So ignore the government. That's what Sega's telling us to do. Don't trust anyone except yourself and the mob.
Well, I mean, it's kind of true because a lot of the game... I mean, the government and the military are clearly at odds, but like, I don't think that's how many Western people would kind of perceive a typical structures. Like, usually they're at least somewhat aligned with each other. And the military is definitely an antagonist in this game, and Black Paper is also an antagonist, but then Sue makes it kind of gray.
Dude, how can you have your menu like that? You don't even have your brand at the top of the menu.
Okay, fine, I'll fix it.
I'm positive I'm not the only one upset by that.
Well, I'm sure Vera would be driven crazy if he was watching.
By the way, after tonight, I'm going to be calling Ives sources for a long time after this.
Yeah, the little voice in my head is a good source.
Absolutely. Hey, Ives. Fix it.
And so this is a 100% ID versus on Speedrun, right? Yeah,
It'll only take 7 years.
if we're lucky.
Well, that's what we're doing, man. We're speedrunners. We get lucky all the time.
Wow.
Yeah,
I've seen it. I was on Carl's channel for one of his S parts drops.
yeah. I mean,
With
that
the-
only took me what 400 runs across 3 years to find the S parts, and I wasn't even looking for it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I found it randomly in a speedrun
Didn't
once, and
know
then
you were
that
running
kicked up a
around
whole
video.
reason to play PSO like outside of speedruns.
Yeah, you find the one rare item in normal mode, and it's just like, wow, now I can play casually.
It's a nice drop.
You can just get hooked on finding that one really good item, and you can't help but going to look for more. That's why I'm hunting a Greenell card on episode 2 Spaceship.
By the way, we should mention that this isn't a mean run. I mean, in the sense that Soul Eater is a really OP boss weapon in the game. This should be everyone's early game. pretty
Yeah,
much.
if you're not getting this early game as a hunter or a ranger, I mean, heck, even on Force it can technically be viable, but you won't be able to equip it until like very hard. Level 50 plus, mag built for melee damage.
Though, what's the ATP requirement? It's like 120 or something really low.
Like
huh?
160-ish.
Yeah, it's a
60.
little more than a Palish, honestly.
Sounds right.
Is part of the reason why it's so OP. You can use it so early. The Berserk special on top of it.
Yeah.
Not that ever gets me into trouble or anything.
I agree with 82. Should be driven crazy, but age and time definitely quells anger improper menuing. I mean, I've been watching this, and just the menuing, it's a little sloppy. You can work on that, guy.
Yeah. Yes, you're correct. 16-bit, this is ending with normal falls. We're getting the Soul Eater first, and then applying it to Falls' face.
Or her little
The belly.
belly. Yeah, that's a word. That's not the word I'd use, but that's the word we should use.
His tummy.
Right, there's another one. I've only played this map like 3 times already today. Should know better.
Dude, it suits Kirik so well. For an assassin known as the Black Hound, a scythe is like the ultimate weapon. Oh, right, that reminds me. So, I'm sure we'll see Partisan eventually, before we get the Soul Eater. So, Partisan and scythes are separate weapons in this game, even though they have the same animation. And a Soul Eater is a scythe weapon, which is equipable by all characters of the game. But a scythe, while equipable by everyone, Partisans are only equipable by hunters and rangers to an extent. Rare Partisans are only equipable by hunters and no other class. And that annoys me because I love playing a Partisan on a ranger every once in a while. I don't know why they allow Partisans on rangers altogether in the first place, and then just don't allow you to use the rare ones.
Well, you get some in Blue Burst, but yeah, it's not saying much.
The reason the last Kirik fight is hard is because he cheats and uses the Soul Banish against you, yet he drops the Soul Eater instead. Wait, does he actually use the Soul Banish? I've never seen a Soul Banish in my character's hand, so I assumed he used the Soul Eater.
I thought they looked the same, but it's been forever since I've used a Soul Banish.
I don't remember if he does more damage to you or not. I think he does. Either way, he has had a lot more HP in the last fight, so he can mess you up.
Yeah, he level up. What level is he in the last fight? Like level 50 something?
Well, I can't tell. I guess that would be something Ives could probably tell.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure he's not level 50. That'd be really impossible for like normal mode.
He cheats. He steals your rest of threes. So.
Oh yeah, if you're fighting NPCs in the missions, any support technique you cast will be used on them. So you can rest to yourself and you will heal them. You can shift to yourself and you will shift to them. But you can also Zalure and gel in them, and I have no idea why.
So what's very likely, how things are going to play out, very likely, is that the final Creek battle will be me hitting him getting damaged enough where he'll recover, and we'll go through like 10 of his monomates, 10 of his dimates. And it'll be the same on my end.
Shadow him. It's a battle of attrition. Who runs up a healing first? sure
take
someone
it
in chat's
even
gonna ask.
with
Sorry.
the... Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sure someone in chat might ask at some point, why don't you use your traps against Kirik?
Don't work.
NPCs aren't affected by traps. And that includes when you're fighting them, which is silly. Oh, Ives has just spoken. The Soul Banish has a purple trail when you swing it, and Soul Eater doesn't. That's the only difference. There is no visual difference on the weapon itself, but only when you swing it. I did not know that.
Alright, well,
Yes, I-
Article with that.
I guess we'll watch closely when we're fighting him.
Yeah, I've never noticed that because I've never had a Soul Banish. I don't. Yeah, I legit don't remember Kirik ever swinging with the purple trail. I never paid
I
that close
think it
attention.
does. I don't remember, but who knows?
Well, maybe not when he's with you, but maybe when he's fighting you. Maybe he puts on a different weapon because he's assassinating someone, and the Soul Eater is the weak one, so he uses the Soul Banish when he's trying to kill you. Could it be? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking too far ahead.
Oh, let's see. Grab this guy again.
There's only one this time because normal clear.
Okay. That was just
Wrong spot.
wrong spot entirely.
Luckily, slimes are weak to fire, so a damage trap does a decent amount of fire damage in the first place.
Slimes are also weak to brands, so
My brand.
Dr. Orange suggests he only uses the banish on hard mode.
Hey, I'm just telling you the things that Ives are telling me. Just because he doesn't go on Twitch and so he's not speaking in chat, I have to relay everything because he just claims that he's the little voice in my head. Of course, he could be bugging Starve, but Starve doesn't read Discord.
I don't multitask well.
Yeah, speaking of which, he pinged you at 7:15 in your Discord. In case you didn't notice.
I didn't. Boomer alert. No, that could be Dr. Orn because I didn't really pay attention in this version of PSO, but I know from playing Blueburst that there's all sorts of quests where enemy weapons will upgrade on every quest depending on what difficulty you play things on.
I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. Did that Psi Armor have 4 slots or 0 slots?
One slot.
1 slot? Wow, I misread that horribly.
No, I would have said something if it was 4.
I assume so.
Another brand does the very early drop in Cave 3. Is this any better?
Sometimes you get all the brands, sometimes you never see a single one.
Yeah, I didn't get a single brand, and I was running a lot of QCast runs on Sunday. It's kind of sad.
Sometimes they drop in the first group of enemies when you enter.
This map is okay. It's not... It's got a lot of pan arms, but unfortunately we've got a Shadow Saber. Alright. How could I forget these guys?
If you don't get a brand in the caves, it kind of sucks, because the day relay fight just takes forever with a sword. That's another die grinder for your...
Yep. Wow, now Chicken leading off with the beam. Although if we didn't find a brand today, it would be fine because we're just such a high level and our mag is so well fed that we would do okay against day relay. I think I had a brand in my PB, but I think I found out that I think I had like a fire weapon, and fire is usually very good, but it doesn't matter so much in this category.
True. The only thing for hunters, technically taking a sword to Derelay's body could potentially be faster, but you have to chalk it up to how much ATA you have. If you miss a lot of your hits, then killing Derelay by hitting his face would be faster because a brand is more accurate. It just does more damage because it hits more often. But if you get really lucky and if you want a chance at using a sword to his body, it could be just very as effective. I learned the hard way.
Shadow Saber doing work.
Very much so. I've learned the hard way that fighting Derelay's face is much more consistent with the hunter. That double lazy to your face, you just tank it like a god.
Yeah, being a level 11 is very nice.
Yeah, level 11, so now we can actually buy units. Hopefully we find a lot of Dark Tiger units. Maybe this will be the time you see the shop and you'll have 4 Digger HPs when you don't need them.
That's usually how it goes. I should have just
Find
gone.
4 Digger HPs and then all the raw units in the shop. Or raw attacks, sorry.
What?
Wow, my words are jumbled.
So what's going to happen is, because I found a 3-slot frame, we're going to find the ad slot and then no useful units will show up at all. But I guess I really got the night power, so maybe that's not true.
Shadow!
Okay, should just be using this guy. I can even give it the satisfaction of making me hit it 20 times again.
Ever find the legendary C mode telepipe? I have never once seen a telepipe in C mode. Is it actually possible to find it? If so, that's crazy. Because I doubt the game would let you use it.
Yeah, my guess is it's telepipe locked, and if you somehow went to Pioneer 2, there might not be like any NPCs there. Hey, a wand.
Nice.
We found all the rarish Cave 3 drops now.
They're still in the drop people at insane odds. Dang. Maybe one day we'll find one. We'll see what it does.
I got some stuff to drop here. I guess I could do it in the boss room.
Yeah. So I did mention before that taking a brand to Derelay's face is the best strategy. You can still use a sword on the mask. If you stand in a certain spot, you can hit 3 points on the mask, the maximum number of points you can hit on the mask. And it's faster to kill the mask with a sword than using a brand. The mask has a lot less evasion than the body does, I guess? I don't know. I've just always been able to kill the mask faster with the sword than with the brand. But yeah, now we get to enjoy this fight with this giant centipede worm thing. It's a very on-rails, auto-scrolled fight. So if you know where everything's... you can just avoid getting hit by all damage at all times if you really wanted to, with the exception of the beginning of the dark phase, which some people know as RNG rocks.
Swords are very good for the mask here because we can hit it 3 times.
Damage. But yeah, those balls of light that Derelay shoots are all set. The tendrils are all set. I believe it's random what kind of spikes he shoots, but spikes are easy enough to dodge, especially with our damage. Derelay's theme is amazing. I love it. It's my favorite boss theme. Right after Olga Flow. I've just got confirmation from Aileron Ives that telepipes and moon atomizers are not possible to get in C mode. The drop rate is set to 0, so it's not physically possible to find them. If you have found them in C mode, that means you're cheating. I've just spoken. This is the laws. I'm sorry. I just tell the rules. I don't follow, I just tell and follow the rules. I don't make them.
Actually, could have died there if I had a little bit less HP and I got hit by both attacks at the same time there. That would have been funny, but I do have escaped all, so we're okay. Having the mask broken off before the first lights out is very nice. You don't get that in any percent. Alright, so here's where we pray to the rock gods that may they not crush us. Although, even if they hit us, I don't think they can kill us. That's a Hugh cast.
Not unless they crit you. I mean, even if they do crit you, I think it'd still be pretty close whether or not they actually kill you.
Yeah. Alright, the rock gods spared us today.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the day that someone does find an exact safe spot to not get hit by those. I've had someone tell me that they swear they found a safe spot in the middle, the exact center of the raft, but like, the chance of you hitting the exact center of the raft is not gonna be very easy. I also don't know how they figured it was the exact center of the raft, but they swear by it. They've never been hit by it there, so they just got really lucky. I don't remember who this person was, I just remember them telling me about it, and I tried to replicate it, and the first time I did, I got smacked. He says, "You weren't in the right spot!" It's just like, no, I can't get the right spot. If I hit the exactly pixel perfect, it's not going to work very well.
Did his uncle work at
Is it the
Sega?
same guy who swore that he could evade any attack?
No, unfortunately, it was not that guy.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, Rock, that's just your luck. Just getting really lucky not getting hit in that top right corner.
Yeah, I've had many first runs die standing in that corner. But I still trust it. It's not perfect.
No, Plushie, it was not the same guy that swore you can't dodge Holga's sword beam. You know, it's the attack that you can't dodge as I'm dodging it.
Oh, aiming's hard. There we go.
Can't even run.
Is it possible to avoid the beam and ultimate? Yes, one time. And then you get hit by the other 7. But no, I don't think there's a reliable way to dodge the beams in ultimate. That thing just attacks too fast and its upper tracking is ridiculously dumb. Ultimate is just more or less, just tank it and you win. That being said, I did try to unarmed fight Dara Lai with a raw Casil. And I've learned that it's not very effective, considering I was hitting Dara Lai for 34 damage with a heavy attack with twins on Shift to D-Band from the mag. Oh, I fought that fight for 40 minutes and 5 scape dolls and I lost. Yeah, you can tank a bronze pretty easily. You just gotta, you know, have 10 million health and don't let it hit you.
We should be able to finish him up next time he jumps on the raft here. I'm taking every chance I can get to shoot him when he's makes himself exposed like that. Handgun is not a ton of damage, but it adds up, and it makes a difference. And if you could spare yourself from a lights out cycle, it's huge.
If we had found an arm unit, you'd be able to use that auto gun by now, I'm pretty sure. You're only a few ATA off.
There it is.
Nice.
Alright, so I'm gonna have some awkward like inventory management here because there's gonna be some nice loot and I might know how to pick it up, but I'm pretty full.
And once again, the set boxes are going to come into play here. Also, that one box was empty. What the heck?
Yeah, that can happen every now and then. I have mech guns. That's not gonna be used.
Unless they have like 40 hit. Not likely, but...
They do not. Hey, that box is also empty. What's going on?
X.
Yeah, I'm on very high PP pace right now. We're gonna have to still ruin it by reading out all the dialogue, and I guess, no, we'll still PB anyway. That's the spirit.
floor. Please continue investigating. Basically, the principal was confused as to why there was a giant worm in the sewers. He didn't even know there were sewers. Yeah, now we search for new items.
No, that's not the sort I really want to sell. Well,
Honestly, I'd probably look for a different ammo gun. You have the money.
true.
You could also potentially get a partisan, I'm pretty sure. Or if you get really lucky, a slicer that you can't use. We are saving the die grinders for the Soul Eater.
30% dark
Wow, you
print.
got a partisan and a slicer. And wait, you can actually use the slicer.
I'm not gonna use the slicer.
Yeah, you're not going to, but I thought you didn't have enough ATP for it. My knowledge of the ATP is a little off. Right, you're playing a Hue cast and a Raw cast. Big difference.
Saving the die grinder for Soul Eater.
But there was no hit unit, no attack accuracy unit in the shop. Unfortunate.
Alright, so this is actually a lore quest, so we are going to dial in on it now.
So we're good anywhere. The slicer doesn't do enough physical damage. The only slicer that would actually be kind of viable would be like a thunder or what are the tiers of electricity? Second or third tier electricity slicer, I think, would be good in the mines.
So
But
there's some data left behind by Dr. Osto, and we're being sent to retrieve it. And we're going to have a encounter with someone else who's interested in the data.
yeah. Never found a slicer you liked? You've never found the Disco of Brave Man or the slicer of Fanatic then?
Wow, just barely getting toppled by these guys, that's annoying.
Probably never seen Slicer Fanatic if you never played Blue Burst. Heck.
No, that wasn't lethal.
It looked like it was. It fell down. But Rainbow Baton is a baton. Shadow him.
Definitely. Oh, okay. I gave him a chance, but
Oh wow, I didn't know you could actually run behind his melee attacks. I always get hit by him.
it's not reliable.
You'll die if you get involved.
No, you.
So I like it if you use Shadow, Dark, or Hell on that guy and he dies and he's like, no, you'll die if you get involved. Stop it. Our first introduction to dub chicks. Same as the guild chicks. Just, they're dub.
Okay, I thought I could count, but apparently I can't. Those things up top that I'm shooting have 300 HP. That's all I need to do to take these guys out. Let's hit them where it hurts on the control module.
Another brand, another auto gun. Nice.
Ah, you frightened me. Are you Hunter from Pioneer 2? You're going to the mine? Me? Well, I'm going there as well. Hey, we need to cooperate, don't we? Right. Cooperation. Just until we finish investigating the mines. Great idea, right? It'll be easier for both of us. Let's go. Is this the first time you've been here? It's my first time. Ah yes, I came here because I took a quest. Same as you. I'm totally believable.
It's her first time, guys. She's brand new to this.
Thanks, Darren. That's not the right weapon. Also, yeah, the autogun would be really nice right about now. More reliably take out the Canadians in the air.
Oh, hey, I just, So this is interesting. The boxes under the Darroway fight are actually configured incorrectly, which means they're actually random boxes. so they can be empty. I did not know that.
Yeah, that makes
That's
sense
a fun
because
fact.
yeah, they don't have a set pattern like the dragon boxes do.
I always thought they were, just because the dragon boxes are set.
Yeah, and the mines ones are too.
I never even noticed.
And so are
I just-
Balls's, I believe.
Yeah. Weird. But yeah, it looks like that's the end of Ives. He's going to hunt for food. Now it's just us. You, me, and every time that Starved remembers that he's here.
Start.
Oh no. Sounds like a father figure though.
Yeah.
Ives is off to fix something. We all know that.
Yeah, what do you break this time?
Ooh, Sue actually got a canyon for me.
Ha!
Also, yes, Sue has the knack, and it's the first time we encountered the knack on this round because we totally ditched Bernie.
Right, you didn't do Grand Squall.
Oh, mine's material. Nifty.
Nice. That's 300.
I'm glad I saw you. I was feeling helpless. I lost sight of my friend. Still lonely here. I thought I'd never see anyone ever again. By the way, where are you going? I see. It's a secret. Okay, I won't ask you.
But she just did.
Yeah, it's an awkward translation. I think she's saying, like, I'm not gonna press it.
Yeah, makes sense. For the requests that are required for Soul Eater, you don't need to do Grand Squall, you don't need to do like Forest of Sorrow, Native Research. You don't really need to do anything outside the first 3 quests to unlock the rest of the quests in the game. So you get done with the tutorial, unlock the second set of Caves quests, and yeah, and then you start the side quests for Soul Eater.
Yeah, the big thing is you have to unlock ruins, so that's really what takes longer. Another mind material. Okay.
Wow. Lucky run.
Probably don't actually need to strictly hit that, but we'll go for it. Oh. Is that Gizond or Razond? Oh, okay.
That was Raz.
Nice.
She doesn't have a Gizond. I've never seen her use a Gizond anyways. I've only ever seen her use Razondo.
I'm trying to hit the 2-butch here, but because it's not happening.
Lasered.
Sue, come on. What's she getting stuck on?
Probably the corner, if I had to take a guess.
She was like trying to attack something, I think.
Oh.
There's my person. Wasn't expecting it to be at the top there.
Your menus are a mess, dude. It's always saber, handgun, multi-hit weapon. Always. I'm not gonna push it.
My room, I can have it the way I want.
My OCD is triggered, and your menus are so messed up, so scrambled. You have to scroll like 7 spaces down to your auto gun.
Yeah, but at least it's in a space I expect it to be. Unlike the partisan.
True, but I always expect my auto gun to be in the second spot, never. Because I just like to quick select A and spam into shooting.
I'll let Sue finish that one off.
She finish it off? Okay, she finished it off.
Teamwork is great, guys.
I just like the claw she has. Like all
What is
red.
that, by the way?
The I forget. Why do I forget?
Isn't it the
this?
fake makes claw?
I think so.
Whatever it is, I've never equipped one before.
True.
Yeah.
I have never equipped
It's not. I mean, we know it's not the photon or the silence claw.
Gigish available, the blue sword.
Nice, Gigish. 169 ATP. Very nice. Alright, here's the important part.
Main computer, access denied. Subcomputer, accessed. Searching Osto Heil. Hit one item, code required. Accepted. Starting transfer. Facility data. Beta 772 process. Excavation notes. Beta 772 overrun data. Data transfer done.
I never knew Osto's last name was Heil. I didn't even know they had that in the game. I always mashed through that too fast.
Yeah, they've been calling by his first name this time. Wow, you're very good with computers. That's surprising. Are you searching for Dr. Osto's report? Me too. I came down here to get his information. Are you... No, nothing. Anyway, we have the same objective. Let's help each other. Let me copy that data. Is that a problem?
Very good with computers. You knew how to insert a disk. It's amazing.
Okay.
She's just
My job is done, but I want to see if I can find any other records. I have to find my friend. It's time to say goodbye. See you. I don't know your name. Will you tell me? No, sorry. Oh yeah?
No.
Okay then. I think it's an appropriate choice. See you later.
And that's why she wants to kill you.
It's an appropriate
Because
choice.
you didn't tell her your name, so she's upset because she thought she just made a new friend, so she hires the Black Hound to take you out.
Okay, draw brand. I'm probably just gonna sell it.
Draw.
That's right, I did buy that brand, didn't I?
Hey, why did you buy a heat brand? +1.
That's 30% dark.
I mean, it'd definitely be good in ruins when you get there, but hopefully you find a bus soon.
Yeah, it's not until Runes 2 you can get that, so it's not gonna be for a while. There's the Marksman arm.
Nice. First marksman armor to run.
Actually, I kid about people in not...
Excellent. Are they Dr.
it
Osto's
being
files?
amazing.
Perhaps we can find out what happened to Rico by examining them. Thank you very much. Sorry, go ahead.
No, my poor timing. This is far in the future, so, I mean, I can imagine a day where people have to be taught how to put discs in. It reminds me of my very Zoomer youngest daughter, where I actually had to explain how to use reversible music cassettes. Because someone who had grown up with CDs and digital audio files and understand that when you flip it over, you would still have to, you know, back it up to the beginning or whatever. She was wondering why the song was all cut off in the beginning.
Making me feel old.
So, never felt so old.
Even with all that voice acting, I still only lost 20 seconds on that quest. It's really strange.
Not bad.
Hey, free
That's
tailpipe. Yeah, this one's not bad.
Yeah. It's been a while since I casually cleared the mines.
You don't miss the dice of being kind by rewinding? You do not like being kind? I miss being able to be kind. I don't have any other ways to be kind.
I had a tape rewinder, those ones that looked like a black car or something.
Oh, those were the days. I remember back when I was a kid and just rewinding the video to watch it again, 10 minutes of just listening to the VCR sound like it's burning itself out. It sounds like a blender winding up.
What kind of VCR did you have?
I have no idea, but that's all I remember is our VCR sound
So
like it
some
was
of them,
burning out.
some of them were that fast, and they were loud.
Now I've got an autogun. I kind of forgot like how to be efficient with positioning with guns. That guy's shooting a laser at me. You can tell because they're not moving on the radar. So we could actually have done Unsealed Door right away, but since we have to fight Day Relay again, I'm doing Mines first to just get full opt out of the way and level up so that we can clear Day Relay even faster next time. Because full up is
at this point,
really easy.
Yeah. At this point, the route is basically up to preference. I would prefer just to do Unsealed Door, because you're already strong enough to fight Dayrelay, but being stronger to be able to kill him faster, Dayrelay is definitely the longer fight.
Yeah, I look at it like I can get opportunities to get better equipment here.
That's not a bad way to look at it. If I had found like 1 or 2 marks on arms before this, I probably would have gone back to Unsealed Door for sure. Just because with the arm units, you should be able to use a sword or a partisan to beat the ever-living snot out of the sides of Dayrelay and kill him a little bit faster.
Yeah, I should be able to get him before one lights out phase, ideally on the refight.
Yeah, or he had found some knives. If you find some knives in the mines...
Not likely to happen on Rodrigo, unfortunately. That's the one disadvantage of it.
I forget what weapons that Rodrigo doesn't find very often, but knives are basically the second tier of daggers, and knives are more DPS output than a brand is. Technically, a dagger is still more DPS output than a brand, but its ATA is super low, so it's just easier to use a brand because it hits more often. Unless you get super lucky and find something with hit, which at this point in the game, not very likely. Unless you're like me and you get super lucky and you find a 40 hit charge Gigish in Ruins 1 on a hunter.
I found a charge weapon, like a charge... I think it was Buster, or it was... No, it was like charge and dives on a Q-Cassil run, but then I accidentally dropped my money for falls, so I couldn't use it.
I still have that charge Gigish to this day. I keep it in my inventory because it was the best weapon I've found in normal mode.
Okay. Enough of that.
Shocking.
At this point, I could probably make an argument to equip Soul Atomizer instead of something else, but...
Yeah, my palette usually on the back is Freeze, Soul, Damage Trap. I don't like putting all 3 traps because I don't really make use of confused traps very often. Not until the ruins or certain rooms in the caves. The mines definitely isn't very helpful when everything knocks each other down. I mean, it is helpful, but also at the same time not, because it's just kill everything yourself.
Yeah, my strategies don't get hit, then you don't get inflicted with status, but it's not working out so well.
The strat only works if you don't get hit.
What? Okay, guess that was weaker than I thought. Oh, I just walked right into that. Slow down there, Sino. Another deck grinder.
Congrats.
Gonna have one.
Very brainful.
Gonna have one heck of a Soul Eater.
How many does that make now?
3 total.
That's 3 die grinders. Plus 6 out of the plus 9 that you can have.
Yep, make invincibility, very nice.
Hey, what? Get out of the way. I'm trying to think if there'd be anything useful to use a photon blast on. Probably not until mine 2, would be my guess. If you get like a wave of 8 kill tricks.
I don't think I've ever actually used a photon attack, at least not the hunter one. I don't think I've ever found it useful. I thought it...
It's mostly good when the enemies are far away and you'd have to like wait to have them come to you anyway. Because it's got the reach. It's not great, but it's better than waiting. Or at least it's a wash and it looks cool.
Fair enough. I always thought its damage was just kind of lackluster on those guys. I think I tried to use it once and it didn't actually kill anything.
It's useful in ruins as it levels up, because you can do like half of a Belrose HP, and so if there's 2 Belros, it makes a big difference.
Fair enough.
Not the cleanest trap usage ever. Oh, I would say, I would agree with you there. The Photon Blasts all are surprising with the range, especially Gala, which has a range of like 0. Surprisingly. Aim at the trap. Seems legit. Make it through. That way. And guild chicks sometimes will try to snipe you from afar with their gun, and sometimes they'll do it even when you're up close. This autogun actually is better for mines. 15% machine. The other one's better for ruins later on. Yeah, this map again. I get this one quite often. I think I got it twice yesterday. Or Sunday. It's not the worst, but it's hardly the best. It's another map with 2 separate waves, and I only need to kill the Canadian waves to advance here. Hiding behind the guild tricks there. Door open, let's go. Now in this room it's 3 separate waves, we can just ignore this one. Can't so easily ignore this one over here. I'm really lucky I can sneak through without taking damage, but got clipped. Wow, using so many solar measures.
I'm getting really affected by all the statuses. A lot more than I'm used to seeing anyways.
These skill tricks somewhere over here is fine, because I need to backtrack on this map anyway to go back and get the ruins pillar. Wow, that guy hit me from way over there.
Yeah, whenever you saw me go out of my way for a sodomizer earlier, it's paying off now. I'd rather cure the status effect than be slow or be confused, or whatever. Wow, wow, wow. Slow down, guys. Scary. Sometimes they'll back off their gun when you approach them. That guy was having none of it.
He just wanted that laser. He was so dedicated.
Anyway, now that I've got an autogun, it should be easier to deal with that. There we go. Ooh, soul barrier. Did find one earlier, but I'm sure I sold it for money. Brief little sidesteps and we're safe. And we can check some of this. Foy level 5.
Nice.
It's okay.
That's yeah, that's quite the foy.
Actually, another room where I only want to fight the Candines, but you don't deal with the kill chicks, they can laser you like that. But I want to keep one alive to prevent the next wave from spawning. Yeah, well, that's fine. It's not even the worst use of the Photon Blast, just to get these guys out of my face. Fortunately, the Senate was very resistant to light damage. Now, I was expecting the Quran's wave, but that's one more before that. The kill chick got in the way of my plan there. I wanted to freeze it, quickly take it out, take out the grounds, all from relative safely. Nice sodomizer. Getting pretty bad at dodging that stuff. A bunch of soul atomizers will become available starting in Ruins, but we probably won't get a chance to see most of them because we won't be doing too much in Ruins. This would have been the better spot to use my Photoblast, honestly. I forgot about this. Fortunately, the Barkson's a good weapon.
Partisan of the sword every day. I mean, unless you're using an SGS or Dark Flow or Zonda. Or Chainsaw. Basically any sword. All the rare swords are good. I don't think I use any of the rare partisans except for the Vijaya. The Vijaya? Which one's the silent letter?
I like Vijaya.
That works.
Oh no. No,
I've been known to use the Parasol every once in a while.
true. Oh hey, Sodomizer.
I forgot about that actually. The only reason I don't use that is because I've never picked one up. Parasol's also good because it has Zerk on it, just like the Soul Eater. Better stats though. And the ability to have hit legitimately. And I'm not saying that you can't legit have hit, what am I trying to say? You can have hit on a Soul Eater, technically, but you gotta hack into the game. Or if you do want a semi-legitimate way to do it, the private servers for the GameCube, one of them has a way to include a hit on enemy part weapons and weapons that can't normally have hit, like the Soul Eater. We can all thank Elra Knives for that.
So Grunts, they launch these missiles. And you can do most damage by just having them hit themselves with their own missiles. But it's also fast to get some hits in of your own while waiting for that.
I'm also proud of myself. I might be one of the only people that actually caught myself dying to a Baranza's mines that he lays on stream. That was pretty great.
Yeah, they do lay mines and it's very subtle. I should have gotten my gun out. It'll be fine. Soul Eater's in the drop table. Then who's gonna run the quest? Get all the lore.
That's not legit though. You gotta get it legit before you can cheese it with the private server cheats. You can't just use the private server to find a cheap one. It's not legit. That's cheating.
So you can see full opt is pretty easy to stun lock. You just have to stagger your gun hits a little bit. You can do it with other weapons, the gun is just easiest. Oh, well, I failed.
Big.
I think I found that last sodomizer. I want to shoot the bottom screens first. And like alternate between the top and the bottom one if I can. It's kind of tricky though.
You shoot whatever Sega decides you shoot. Might not even be in the same room.
Yeah, the auto
It's like
targeting
I want
is
you to shoot a box instead of another screen.
yeah, auto targeting is very quirky and annoying in this game, especially when it comes to boxes. My stun locking is just utter garbage right now. Should never get to the screen over here.
Sometimes you're just missing. That's not really your fault.
Alright, now we're on phase 2, we're fine. Never got knives, unfortunately. But that's the price of playing Red Trio. Very unlikely, like 1/6 as common as on other IDs. Alright, fun fact about the missile launcher, it does not spawn missiles, it's not on screen.
So it's sounding like Orin is surprisingly strong for speedrunning in some ways. Dragon HPs and knives. And...
Yep, it's pretty solid on Seal. I always run Orin as Seal. I just don't like knives enough on HuCast to do that. And since the goal of this category is to get the Soul Eater, I don't really care about daggers as much anyway.
It's still fun to have for the 2 fights you can use it in.
They're secondary as swords, so...
Yeah, I got the perfect safety against the missiles. You just have to wedge yourself into full up. Kind of tricky as a HuCast. I like how my targeting radius goes all the way over there. Don't know if I'm wedged in enough to not take damage here. Nope.
You didn't even get into how messed up the first part of the Volop fight is.
Oh yeah, I mean it's... Just unlocking the screens is one thing. That's one way to do it. You can also destroy all the pillars. But when you're a force, there's a peculiar property that your techniques are based off of your physical damage and not your mental strength. It's really strange.
Your attack power.
That only applies when you're hitting the screens, though. If you actually hit the hitbox that's outside the map, it does go off your MST.
This is gonna hit me.
Yeah, the fight's just a little messed up. They have so many things that just don't make sense.
And big bosses.
Not sure if it's like bugs going.
And the Spellgazond is very good. Oh. Spellgazond's really good because it hits multiple targets, and almost all bosses have multiple targets to hit.
Even though you only see one number, so it's hard to tell.
Right, so you're hitting it for 5
That's
times
'cause
damage.
The numbers stack up, so it's very, like specifically for like the dragon and phase 2 of Volop, it's very difficult to see because the numbers are stacked on top of each other. But because you can stack the damage, you can do multiple hits. Very good. The same thing also does apply to the player. You can get multiple hits from multiple sources of damage, and that damage will stack up against you. So that's why casting into a large group of enemies that can hit you faster than you can keep casting is very bad.
Nothing new there. Yeah, Slicer. Okay. I might legit use it on Claws. Probably.
That'd be the only use you really have.
Yeah,
Honestly.
it really is, and not really. Alright, we're still doing good on time here. I have been known to go walk in and start doing ruins. That's not what you're gonna do. We gotta do another quest.
Oh yeah, that's your first impulse. I don't even blame you.
I always thought it was a little weird to unlock the ruins. You actually have to walk into them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess it makes sense from a technical standpoint.
Sure, but you don't have to walk into any of the other areas to unlock them.
Alright, we're gonna do some experimentation in the ruins now. We've got 3 devices, and we're gonna kill on stuff to get data. Oh, also, no, it's Eleanor again. This time
Their
she's...
data retrieval materia looks suspiciously like a red Scorpio.
Suspiciously, yes, but it's not a red Scorpio.
It's not.
It's not, no, it's the
data
secret
retrieval.
weapon. It's data retrieval. It saps data from the enemies, takes the DNA and puts it into data. It's not a red Scorpio at all.
Proton launchers are very janky in this game, but they have some cool properties like piercing for one thing, and when they're bullet hit something, they can bounce in a kind of a funny direction. They're unusually thick, so like I'm actually really surprised she didn't hit my freeze trap there while aiming at the the Del Saber.
Did she actually trigger your traps?
Yeah, she did earlier on the confuse trap.
Huh. I've never experienced that, honestly. I never even considered that when running Hunters.
So late, I should be dropping that trap way sooner so that would go off if she didn't hit it. That was awkward. Yeah, again, surprised she didn't hit that confuse trap. It has happened today. It's on before. Can't let Eleanor die, but she is pretty good at taking damage.
She is truly the truest Rockaseel of them all.
But I do have an emergency start atomizer if things get really dicey. Normally you can just take a left and fight some additional monsters, but it's actually just better to backtrack and go this other way. After fighting those optional monsters, you'd come out on the other side of the hallway coming up. But since you have to do an extra fight, it's just not worth it from a speed perspective. Oh wow, went too far. Turning to face the button you're pressing is merely a suggestion.
Paul, did you ever get that Dark Balrog plushie made for you?
No, I actually, I still want it. I haven't given up on the idea of it, but just like the websites I found, they want you to have a picture of the thing you want the plushie for from all angles, and I've been just too lazy to go get the screen caps. Plus, I'm not sure how to proportion it out. Like, what is the actual size? I don't know any canonical heights of any of the characters in the game. I haven't bothered looking.
Oh, you want a canonical size
Yes.
power? That would
Yes,
be
it's going to cost a lot of money if I ever do make it, but I want one that's real life sized, and I want the arms to be like dangling by strings or something.
His head would touch your ceiling.
Yeah, oh, I'm aware. That's why I'm going to get a house who has a very large living room.
Just for your stuffed Bella.
Yes, it's going to be the centerpiece.
Oh hey, head slot.
I'll figure out how to put it in there.
Good old Redria.
Just gonna go ahead and use that now, because
Oh, dude, nice. Yeah, 4 slots. And that slot is one of those items which isn't super, super rare, but like you don't see them every single time you open a box or anything. I never expect to find an ad slot anywhere, but I found like maybe a handful, a dozen.
that's another tie grinder.
I find them when I read some-
No,
Nice!
tie grinder
That's
even.
4?
Okay.
Oh, dude, that's perfect. That's
you got your
your
9.
9 that's your 9 grinder on your thing.
Yep. The night power drops just in time for that 4th slot.
As far as drops, you've gotten some really good luck on this run, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't complain.
You got max grinder for your soul eater. You got a shadow saber.
Earliest possible brand.
You found marksman arm in the shop at some point fairly early on too.
So Del Sabers had this
First
interesting
slot
property
armor
where
and
they
then
had
immediately. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Del Sabers have this interesting property where they have HP that essentially can be used to like block any attack to a certain limit, and then once that runs
the
out,
shields
they'll slap you.
Shields have their
The
own
shields
hit
have
point pool.
HP, yeah. And then they slap it to regen. It's kind of funny. You wouldn't think that it works that way, but it does, and no other enemy has that kind of mechanic in the game.
It works correctly.
Yeah, see,
Somehow, yes.
that time Eleanor shot my trap right away. I'm not even quite sure how. Also, yeah, when Bellers are confused, they just kind of spin in a circle and do the Beller cannon, because why not? That's also like a unique thing that most enemies just attack other enemies normally when they're confused, but Bellers do something special.
That's actually a little thing that I never even considered. Like everyone knows it, but you don't even think about it. Why is Belarus unique in that way? Why don't they just go spin around and hug other things?
Bellers are the big threat to Eleanor and myself. A crit would do serious damage.
I've had runs where I've died to Belarus before. I'm embarrassed to say it, just because I ran up and got hugged.
Yeah.
I've actually died to a confused Belva shooting me before as well. Oh, I've actually also lost a run to Eleanor getting hit by a confused Belva crit. And that one really just ruffled my jimmies.
Fortunately, Eleanor was high in HP there. Yeah, no.
Also, it's fun in a future quest when Ash decides to run up and immediately get paralyzed by a Belra hug.
Oh yeah.
So from there on in, he just charges everything, gets right in their grill, and goes, does nothing.
That's like the one, like Ash is good. He's really good. He does a lot of damage, but just the first room you have him with, and it's just 3 Belras, and he just runs up to them and they all hug him.
Yep.
I'm still waiting for the day for this to happen. I haven't yet had them multi-hit him, but it'll happen. One of these days, it will happen, I swear.
Oh, it probably has happened to me, and I just forgot. Just from the depths, it can end very quickly that way.
Yeah, it's just like... Ruins 2 isn't fast. There's a lot of cutscenes, and there's a lot of enemies, and then you just, like, finally get to Ruins 3, halfway point, and Ash is just like, here, let me help! And just like, he's paralyzed. He's so happy to finally be strong enough to help us all, and then he goes and does that.
Then, he finally meets his idol. How I've improved.
Alright, so for the most part, this is still a side quest, but there's one important thing we have to do to get the Soul Eater on this next quest, Unsealed Door, and that's to talk to Sue.
I believe you have to talk to Sue in every iteration of the side quest of if you tell Sue your name or not.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Progression.
Yeah, it's kind of odd too. Anyway, so
But like, she doesn't say anything different regardless of what you choose in the first mission.
Hello, Laura, it's me, Mome. Don't you remember me? I was in white when you met me before. I asked you to find Dr. Astro's data, remember? We examined his data, and we know what he was studying now. He was doing research on unknown biocells. Wonderful!
Wonderful.
The test sample called Beta 772 is especially interesting. We believe Beta 772 is the key to solving the mystery of the animals. So I want to see it. I want to see Beta 772 with my eyes. Dr. Oster wrote that it lost control and escaped underground. There's a possibility it's still alive. Go with me and find it. This is a summary of Dr. Oster's data regarding Beta 772. You can read it if you select it from the quest board. First of all, I want to check his computer. Let's go!
I like how he just gives you the data that you found in the previous quest.
yeah.
Like, you couldn't read it before, but now you can.
Like, also, does he want to know about Beta 772? I can tell him all about it and how we took a brand and dismantled him with it. Because Beta
Yes, I'm sure a lot of
772
people-
is day related.
sure a lot of
So
people
I
are having
like how,
flashbacks.
just like Noel, all these characters in PSO are terribly interested in finding something until they're suddenly not. It's like, nope, I'm over it. Done. Home plays dead, thank God. Noel decides she's just going to not pursue her story. Got a bit too scary. Noel, ace journalist.
Mom's actually very useful for the HuCast because he'll chip enemies, and so I don't have to shoot him as much.
Then yes, all of our poor Dreamcast players having nightmare flashbacks when Mom didn't play dead and got hit by everything.
It was worse in version 1, right?
Yup, because there was no, yeah, he'd get hit by literally everything. There was no iframes.
Every time you see Mom, you think of the split names. The eventual quest run. Oh, I see.
In fact, I can't even. Trying to keep Mom alive on Dreamcast as a Cass.
I hope you brought 20 star atomizers.
Yeah, I hope you brought 50.
First to 3 is enough, but yeah, hope you're a force.
I've actually, on version 2 of the Dreamcast version, I actually ran a force with Resta 6, and my Resta 6 couldn't heal Mom, and I panicked. I actually did lose the mission because he did die because I couldn't heal him as a force, and I was so confused. I just chalk it up to funky PSO logic.
I did experience something similar, and I think the range is really
It's the
low.
range, yes. So,
I was
Resta
standing inside of
3,
him, though.
Not even joking. Resta 3, you have to be like standing on top of someone
Yep. And then
for it to work.
And then Dreamcast has GameCube has that a little bit, but Dreamcast has the weird thing like if you target him at the right time, he's just not targetable.
Dreamcast is finicky.
Is that a brave barrier? No. Shoot it, Mom. Oh. You're late. I have no soul atomizers. I should be checking the shop for that. Hey, Mo might be the only scientist willing to come down here, but, you know, you gotta know your own limits, man. It's you again. More research? Hey, let me give you some advice. You're better off not searching for Dr. Ostos research. Alright, thanks, but we already found it before.
Remember when we... Oh, never mind.
How did Mom get caught on that? Alright, Mom, let's go. He's so eager.
No, he's being a hero.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's got a point. Momi is the only scientist willing to come out to a planet infested with rabid animals and man-killing robots for the sake of science.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, he's got to know his limit. And I guess he knows his...
That's why he just...
I guess his limit's DRLAs. Takes him
learned
2
his
versions to
limits,
find
yeah.
that out.
I just want to know, did Sega ever playtest that mission? Why did they let that go through until GameCube?
It's challenge, get good. If you grind up, then you don't have to worry about keeping them alive. You'll just kill Tay really fast. It's so nice not getting toppled by Sinnohs anymore.
So it was fun reading that article they had not too long ago where they interviewed some of the developers for PSO, and the mines was actually the final area they designed. The original version of the game didn't have a mines, and the upper-ups told them we need more than 3 environments, make another one.
Alright, so if this looks exactly like Quest Diagnosis Research, it pretty much is, but we did have to hit a switch we didn't do last time. And that's because there's going to be even more. We're going to go from Mines 2 to Mine 1 and fight even more stuff.
Does it still work? Please check the drain pipe from the mine. You read about it in the data, didn't you? We need to find where Beta 772 is gone.
Access denied. Subcomputer accessing. Searching pipe structures.
I see. According to this, the drain pipe is located somewhere above here. Perhaps that water sent through the drain pump. The water seems to be running through the pipe above this area. Lore, what do you think?
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Yeah, what do you think, Lord? Who says nothing? Bird.
I see door open, I go through door.
If you don't open that door, you have to take the long way around, which is just a little silly.
That's why I did a little sidebar to hit that switch from the other side in the first place. It's kind of trolly if you don't. Pressing A is a good skill to have, I've heard.
So, to get around accidentally picking things up, you want to attack with A. Technically, you can remap the buttons, but I just can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't do it. A crew forever. I can't do it.
When
I
PSOs,
see people who put their normal attack on other buttons, and it's just like,
when PSO speedrunning gets competitive enough that a mistake like that will cost a run, then I'll consider changing it. But yeah, that's not going to happen anytime soon.
you can't make a mistake if you don't put it on the A button. Just don't pick up bad stuff. Don't attack things that you're full on. Just don't pick up anything anymore, man.
Yeah, just don't pick up.
The Moam 1-2 combo actually works pretty well.
To me, that's like, you know, when they released the Mega Man collection on GameCube and they, in their infinite wisdom, they reversed the A and B buttons. No way of switching it back. And basically I bought a coaster because it meant I couldn't play it anymore because I was too hardwired. 20 years later, I'm still bitter about that one.
Come on, man, you gotta let it go.
Still bitter, Capcom.
Yeah. Level 17. I feel like I haven't been doing a great job defeating the Meg. We're only at 26, and we only have a few more quests to go. I guess we still have... We should be able to get 30, no problem, but 35 is the real nice sweet spot, because you get a second Photon Blast that does a lot of damage. The only thing stronger than that Photon Blast would probably just be Soul Eater itself. Alright. Good job, Mom.
Look that Sinnoh square in the back.
If you move for other classes like Force, he can just... has a problem where he hits things out of your range. But his lock-in's actually surprisingly effective.
If Dr. Astor's mem was correct, Beta 772 must be quite large by now. It has the ability of self-replication.
Just have to hit 4 switches to unlock the door. Your Android, it's pretty obvious which one you need to hit, because you can see all traps. But if you're not an Android, you have to use the trap vision, or just guess, or just know.
Imagine randomly spawning mine.
That would be annoying. Ooh, that was clean. I have so much money. Don't know why I bothered checking for items or anything like that. As long as I can have 10 Trimates going to the final Krieg fight, that's all that really matters.
The original shape of the Beta 772 looked like an arthropod, like a centipede.
Also, isn't it great that canions have their own drop?
Yeah, it's pretty great. They're a pain in the butt to hunt.
It's replayability. The hours just never end.
Isn't that one of the things that they fixed in the Plus version was you couldn't use the Canaan ring
Maybe.
method anymore, where you just kill all the cannabins and then teleport out and then come back?
No, you
Oh
can
my,
use it in the Plus version.
huge!
Do that in Plus?
Lord, good luck. Who, me?
But if
I
you're
think
using
I've been
it
a fake
drops,
dead for a
it's not
while.
possible.
So yeah. I'm just gonna take a map now.
Voice is impeccable.
Did its part.
Yeah. The Candine ring exploit that you're talking about is just for experience. Even on the non-plus version, if you teleport out after killing all the cannabins or cannadines, and then teleport back in, they can't drop a second item.
Yeah,
Same
they
thing
can't
with the
drop anything
slimes.
second time. Yeah. People would really do that to level up, though. There was a time.
Yeah, technically it is the most efficient way of leveling up, especially in later difficulties.
Hey, I'm invincible. This is very excellent. Because now I don't need to back up. I can just wail on him. I should have kept the Gigish, but this is fine. Already broken the mask off. So much faster than earlier. That's like the optimal time to get invincibility in a day relay fight is right before he starts attacking you. Yeah, unfortunately we're not going to use the Photon Blast on video relay. It's very weak. He's very resistant to light.
Been talking about the Dreamcast version a lot. That's one of the few things that's easier on the Dreamcast is that mag invincibility lasts forever in a day.
Yeah, it's like 90 seconds. 3 times as long at
It's
least.
a long time. It's pretty great.
Technically, in the GameCube's data, it is set to a minimum of 40 seconds, same as Dreamcast. But, I don't know why, but they, set it to 30 seconds
Wow,
and overwrote the 40 seconds.
that was a very rare occurrence. One of those spikes exploded very early and one of them exploded very late, so I actually took 2 hits there. That does not happen very often at all. And 1 for icing, and back up. Oh, that didn't move quite far enough there. It's close. Hope that doesn't cost me too much time. Like, I feel like he should be dead by now. So I might have messed that up badly. But it just means we'll watch the rocks fall again, and then he'll probably die sometime when he's shooting his beam. The rock gods aren't mad anyway. They're happy to get another chance.
Not today.
Okay, maybe it's not as low as I thought. Oh, there he goes.
We're gonna
Just- Just suddenly, boom. Don't worry, this game is highly polished. It's intended.
perfect in every way.
It's a monster and nothing else. We made a big mistake. What should we do? Even Dr. Asto couldn't control it. We can't do anything. But, oh yes, yes. There's another genius aboard Pioneer 2. Yes, that's a good idea. We have to ask him about that monster. Lord, this is enough. Let's return to Pioneer 2.
with that dialogue, he's referring to Dr. Montague, the mad scientist who ends up converting photon particles from enemy body parts into actual weapons.
To be frank with you, I didn't think I was going to make it back. This study exceeds what little we know about the science. Thank you. Go to your guild for the reward.
Alright, now we can do the actual full leader quests, starting with Waterfall Tears. Nice to meet you,
I'm sure
Laura.
nothing-
I'm Crowy Waynes. Have you heard about the missing hunters? My sister, Anna, and I are hunters. Anna joined a hunter group that went to her goal and disappeared. I've been looking for her, and I've also asked the guild for help, but the guild hunters have turned up missing. Of course, I'm worried about them, but I need to find Anna first. Please be careful. Good luck.
So I'm sure I'm not the only one that thinks this, but like, why did they decide to hide the Soul Eater side quest in some caves missions to fight Kirik? Like, I guess lore-wise it makes sense, but actually, just doing the quests.
Yeah, doing the quests in that order is so weird.
Yeah.
Alright, for the memes, we're gonna show off Shadow here. Or we can get fireballed.
Get weed!
Okay, enough of that.
Huneural doing Huneural things. And the ranger trying to help.
Ouch!
Oh, you open the keyboard to avoid hesitating and walking slow. If you can't target anything, you don't slow down. So opening up any menu ends up working in our favor. Especially in this room, where these traps explode and still hit you even if you're running at full speed.
You can kind of
Oh
run
dude,
between
having
them.
a slicer!
Nah,
If you run in between them, it would, you can do it, but it's like really hard
Yeah,
because the explosion is so big.
that's what I was going for, but it's hard.
Yeah. I've done it successfully one time, where I managed to run through all of these and got to the door and only got hit by the last trap. Having a slicer in that room actually wouldn't be a bad idea. You could pick up 4 traps at a time. I know, I always hit like Rufoli or Kisande in that room.
Yeah, exactly. I think Slicer would be awkward, but I could try it sometime. I think I already got rid of my Slicer. Yeah.
I know, throwing the slicer towards that button, there's should be like 3 or 4 traps that would hit in the way, assuming it targets correctly.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust it. Good old PSO targeting.
Also explain what's happening in the plot. Alright, so the plot of this mission specifically is we were hired by the older sister of a set of hunters. And basically the older sister is worried about her younger sister because has been hired by a bad group of, let's say, bandits or thugs to start stealing other people's weapons and armors. So they basically hunt other hunters who come down to the planet, and they basically try to kill them and steal their stuff. Or at least send them back to the medical bay. So your objective is to try and convince the younger sister to stop doing it because the older sister is worried. But the real objective as to why we're here is because this side plot of this mission is this is the first time Kirik comes out to hunt you because from the missions earlier, you didn't tell Sue your name, and then she told you to not look too deeply into the Dr. Ostos research bit, which, of course, you helped Mome and did confront Dr. Ostos research, quite literally. So they're hired to kill you because they don't trust you, because they don't know who you are, and they're worried you might interfere with them.
Well, and Krieg's appearance is not random. He's part of the same group that's making the other hunters disappear. It's not clear like what the fate of those hunters are, but I think it's implied that you just never found the body and they're probably just dead.
Yeah, this is the first bit of black paper that we run into. and you see them as thugs, evil people. Pretty easy to see that they are not the good guys. And then you hit episode 2 and they are the good guys?
It's like an enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing.
True.
But they also... Don't you also team up with, like, Creek in episode 4 a little bit, too?
I have not played through the story in episode 4, so I am unfamiliar.
Yeah, it's been so long.
I don't think so. You've got an Ash and Bernie quest.
There's a quest
You've
where
got
you
a quest where you can team up with Ash, Bernie, or Rupika, or Aaron.
Alright, we didn't talk about Rupika, the force that we didn't find. The pleasure boat, as they name her. And that's not implying anything, no.
I never thought about it that way, but I guess you're not wrong.
I always joke about it when I do that mission. We find the pleasure boat, and Bernie takes the pleasure boat to a safe location.
Here's the room of many nanodragons.
This room is always fun.
It's more fun as a force when you don't have to have all these traps in your way. Sometimes, like, ignorance is bliss, and not seeing the trap means it doesn't get in your way.
Have you ever, as a force, like, stood just perfect center to all 3 of these nanodragons and got multi-hit by them?
I don't think I've ever gotten multi-hit, but yes, standing in the center is not advised.
I always stand at the center, and I've almost gotten multi-hit multiple times.
Dignimbit says Creek is in episode 4, but yeah, that was my memory.
He's in episode 4, but you don't adventure alongside of him as far as I remember. You run into him and Sue multiple times, though.
Yeah, that sounds right.
If you do the good guy ending, technically that leads into episode 2 for the Regal Ring secret item. He does go with you. He instead of killing you, he teams up with you to assess your progress instead of just fighting you to see if you've gotten stronger. Which is cool. But they also threaten you to not dig any deeper into the stuff you're looking into. But then they're like, you know what, we're interested. Let's just keep going with this. You can follow.
Yeah, it's very confusing. And not very well translated.
Although when you joins up, one of the most epic music tracks in PSO, so...
True.
He fights alongside of you.
Look at me not even caring if nanodragons hit me anymore. This is the other good place for a slicer, honestly. Forgot about this room.
Famous lily piping room.
I like to put a confuse trap in the middle of them before the second wave spawns and just see if they can all hit each other.
Yeah, actually, if you were piping, you'd want to spawn all of them at once.
Yeah, if you tap the door that we went just into with the button, if you touch that door, you spawn the second wave of lilies, so you don't actually have to kill the first 5. So you can have a total of 9 lilies to pipe. So that's 9 chances to get the 1 in 512 rare spawn chance or something like that.
Something like that. Okay. There you go. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I'll never do this again. I promise. Crowy, help me. What? Crowy asked you to come and find me? Really? Crowy, I miss you. I want to see you. Hey, what's wrong with my traps? Why weren't you trapped? Okay, never mind. So yeah, that was Crowy's sister that we found, and she was kind of working with those hunters, or with black paper, so it's kind of awkward. Anyway, we see Creek on our quick menu here, so we know that he's available to fight.
I just want to know how...
That was great. I got to hear Dally go, I miss you, girl.
So I mentioned before that it's just like a really weird order to the quests to even get the sub-quest to get Soul Eater. Like, why would you ever consider doing this after talking to all the NPCs, after killing Darrell a second time, and then after you actually get the girl to go back to Pioneer 2? Why would you continue on forward I mean, I guess if you did the word select and see Kirik there, then it's just
Yeah.
like, oh hey, Kirik's here.
You can also see this arrow on the map, you know, that's so obvious you should go look for that.
Yeah, but like if you didn't do if you didn't talk to Sue in Unsealed Door, if you didn't not tell her your name, there'll be nothing there. So it's just like an open area to explore with nothing extra.
Taskimaster is a good point to sell strategy guides.
Why do you need to tell Sue not your name? Oh no, it's because if you tell Sue your name, they'll keep an eye on you, but they know who you are, so they'll just keep tracking your progress. With not telling your name, because they are basically a black cartel or a mafia, a mob, they don't know who you are, so they'll keep tracking you, but you're doing things they don't like, so they basically tell their assassin to come out and take care of you. And that assassin is Kiri, the Black Hound. And Kirik losing his marbles, I have absolutely no idea why that even happens, honestly. Because if you have the good guy ending, he doesn't go insane, and he helps you out like a sane hunter. So him going insane actually makes no sense here.
He just really likes to
think he's
battle.
just-
on his other rival.
He just likes to battle
Other
way too
rival
much.
Bernie?
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Siri wants to help, apparently. I'm not even sure what I was picking up, I wasn't saying anything.
Well, she didn't get it. Can you speak again?
Yeah.
Siri, can you solve the speedrun routing pattern for optimal
We're about
time?
ready to crowdfund a huge shipment to Diley's house right now.
In fact, Kiriku's going crazy for the same reason my other hunters go crazy from the depths. I mean, possibly, but the first two times you fight him are in the caves. The first time you fight him, he is sane.
Alright, dialogue
The
coming
second
up.
time you fight him, he's...
I mean, he calls you
Nice to
tasty.
see you again,
I mean,
Lore. Have you trained yourself? Do you remember me? I'm Creek. They call me the Black Hound. I have orders to kill you. Let me devour your soul.
If I remember you, it's like looking
You
in the
shall
mirror.
die now, Lore. Ow.
Oh, watch the scythe swing. I don't...
Normal.
It's the...
But no
purple
trail.
thing. Yeah, no trail. Well, I guess
Ooh,
we'll
I
have to watch
toppled
it
him.
last...
That's lucky.
Nice.
So I'm running away because he's got lots of invincibility frames.
5 seconds worth.
Oh, nice. Ha ha ha. You've grown very tasty. You taste so good. I appreciate the time you spent trying to survive until now. My Pioneer 1
Well,
rival would be happy knowing that I found a worthy opponent. But not
Oh,
yet.
that's... His rival's...
Not just yet.
His rival is Floen. The great...
Oh,
the-
it's Flowen? For some reason, I thought it was Bernie.
No, the rival is Floen. It has... I vaguely remember this, but, like, Floen is known as one of the 3 great heroes of a great war that we have no knowledge about. Yeah. And Kirik is... The only reason he's along on Pioneer 2 is to find Floen and fight him because he's looking for a good fight. I think the reason he goes mad does kind of have to do with him being on Regal. He's just kind of looking around for you. And the first time you fight him, he's just like waiting for you, just like that. And then the second time you see, he goes a little bit crazy, and his dialogue shows it. And we'll see it in the next mission. But like he's starting to lose his marbles. Maybe it is because of the influence of falls on the planet, or like the photons are a little dense or something.
Stocked up on
It's
Trimates,
Karuk,
even though
are
they're
your
probably going to drop
photons
from now on.
dead?
Still not losing that much time even with all this voice acting. This is really strange.
The last one was just not that good.
I guess not. I knew we shouldn't have let Anna go without me. To tell the truth, I knew that Anna must be the cause. I went to stop her many times, but she never appeared before me. I think she just enjoys taking weapons from other hunters by force. Sorry, please forgive her. She's just a child. I promise I'll find the person who corrupted her and the missing hunters. That's okay. I think I know who tricked her. Please, thank you very much. Please visit the guild to get your reward.
Photons are a little dense. Sounds like Pioneer version of Screwloose.
So we're going to do another jump through caves and fight Creep, but it'll be a little bit earlier this time.
Yeah, this time he's hiding in caves 1 instead of progressing into caves 2.
No NPC fight at the beginning, just the normal, boring old caves. Otherwise, it's the same map as Waterfall Tears. And yeah, that's just the thing PSO does, is there's a lot of copy-paste modify when it comes to the quests and the free roam maps.
Also, for people going through these quests, when you go through the Soul Eater line or any line, you have to actually finish the quest for a flag to save, otherwise it won't save your progress, so...
It's a little weird like that, yeah.
Yeah, no fighting Karik and then I'm done, ducking back out, it won't save it. You have to go ahead and finish.
Yeah,
that also
be
applies
nice.
to the hidden side quest of Akiko's Frying Pan. You actually have to get the emblem, and then you have to complete the mission for it to save that flag. But once you get all the emblems, you can go into Black Paper, and you can get Akiko's Frying Pan, and then just leave. And then if you go into the mission to try and get another copy, you've already gotten it, so they won't talk to you. Or rather, they won't give you another one. So I don't understand why that flag is set when you receive the weapon instead of completing the mission. Same thing with the Soul Eater. You get the weapon once you defeat Kirik the final time. You get the weapon and that flag is saved. You don't have to beat the mission. Seems a bit silly they programmed it like that.
Yeah.
It just shows you what they played.
I guess they thought about it and made sure you couldn't.
They covered the obvious cases and not much else beyond that.
It's like, to protect item duping, they won't allow you to copy files on your memory card and such.
And then they never fix the glitches. I always thought it was like really strange they wouldn't let me copy the character data or the data into another memory card. Just in the off chance I didn't, or just because I always wanted to like transfer it to another memory card, not to like dupe the items, but because I wanted to put it on a different memory card because the memory card I had it on, I wanted to use for something else. Always annoyed me as a kid I couldn't change it.
Can't even move it?
No,
Nope.
you can't. It doesn't give you the copy option, just the delete option.
Or I thought there was move, copy, and delete, but yeah, I guess I'm not
No,
surprised.
you don't. I don't
Normally,
remember the
but it's
move.
grayed out. You can't.
Yeah.
pull it
Same
in.
thing with like Super Smash Brothers. I found that out an annoyingly hard way.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Smash Bros. Why they did it like that too.
Yeah, there's nothing...
Failure.
Aww.
Yeah, the oh at the end.
That was the best. Like, I didn't even mind losing just to hear that.
Yeah, it just goes with the motif. I mean, we say it all the time. It's almost like they tried to make PSO unplayable. They couldn't quite screw it up. It's still one of the best games of all time. No matter how hard they tried to break stuff.
Yeah, it's successful in spite of itself in a lot of ways.
It really does.
And the speedrun, like, it has consistency problems, but it has a lot of things that are really cool about it at the same time. Alright, round 2. I finally found you, my new rival. In your divine purpose, life, when in battle. It means that you make me alive now. I thought there was nothing here. I am so happy. Ow. Didn't expect that to be the last line.
Dude, Kirik is just a battle junkie. Have you ever been hit by him doing a heavy attack before?
Yes. I've died,
Yes.
I've died to it.
Same. I hate it when he does a heavy attack. Like, he does so much damage.
Yeah, you really have to
Hurts.
be careful with him. I'm gonna pull him to the door, because that's where I want to go. Yeah, that was heavy.
That would have killed.
No, I'd be fine, but a crit would kill me.
Yeah, I know you'd be fine, but like if you crit, then you'd die.
Yeah. I do have the escape doll still, but I want to save that for the final fight.
I've never used the escape doll against Kiri. I'm just curious to see, is this one of those missions that lets you use escape doll in the mission, or does it just auto-port you back to...
There's something in my brain.
It'll
Yeah.
let you escape.
Yeah, you can always escape.
Alright, well, I've never died in missions with escape doll, so I don't know.
Yeah, PSO is kind of weird that you can't let your companions die, but you can die, and then it's fine.
But there are a couple missions where you die and it just ends the mission. Oh, was it too difficult for you? Well, try again later. The few missions I have died in are the ones that you're not allowed to die in for some reason. I don't remember which missions they are, and I've died in like really silly ways.
There's some in episode 4 that way, I know. There's really not many. I'm trying to think on the GameCube.
Yeah, I don't know if there's many offline ones like that. I know a lot of
I
online
don't
ones
think
are.
there's any offline ones where you're not allowed to die.
I swear, I've died in like 2 missions. I don't remember which missions they were, but I remember dying in 2 separate missions, and it just ended the quest on me. And I don't know why.
I can tell you that as someone who's run a lot of all missions and died a lot, I don't think there are any offline.
I know one of them, what I was doing an all mission run with a HuCast, and I died in one of them. They just like quit the quest on me, and maybe I died at the same time as a companion. Maybe I was on the Shino quest, and
Oh, that could be.
Yeah.
That could
and
be.
maybe she died slightly after me, and that's why it kicked me out. But I don't. I just remember dying in a quest, and it just kicks me out.
Fun fact, if that does happen, you can return to Pioneer 2 before the quest ends. So if you're quick about it, you can avoid it, because I've had that happen.
Didn't know that either.
Every time I've died in a quest, I've never seen the option to return to Pioneer 2. It just auto-teleports you to Pioneer 2. And most of the quests, it just puts you at the medical bay. I've died in plenty of quests. I'm gonna have to go through and just like die in every quest now to figure out which quest it did it. And
Yeah,
and if
it might
none
not
of them
give
do
you-
it, I just
I think you might be right. I don't think it gives you a prompt, but I think what happened was it was easy to test because I was using a one-shot kill code to just check the routes and everything. The thing is that it makes it so that you one-shot everything, but you also get one shot in return, and so that you do your NPCs. So there will have situations where I found everything was dying on both me and my companions, and if you both die, you're sent to Pioneer 2 before the quest ends, and then you're fine. Not very likely to happen in practice, because if your NPC is getting hit, you're probably not, and vice versa.
I swear I've died in the quest and it just ended. I'm probably not gonna go through and test it, but
Soul of Steel might be
now
one.
curious.
Soul of Steel might be one, but I feel like even then, it just puts you back at the start of the mines or whatever.
Alright.
Yeah, I'd have to think about it, which one it could be. I'd have to think about quests I haven't died in, like battle training. It's probably one. Any of the forest ones, except for Grand Swell. I've definitely died in Grand Swell. They were chasing down the group that had enticed Anna. Leave now if you know what's good for you. Oh. Shadow Saber meme has kind of died off.
What is this dude's name? This is our second time having to fight him.
Tonslar.
Tonslar.
He's being obnoxious. Recovering his HP. Now he's done with that. Okay, I guess I'll recover. It's over. I don't think we're hitting 35. That's okay. We might hit it right at the end. So with that brief midway NPC combat, we just have to finish out Cave 2, then do a little bit of Cave 3, do a little bit more NPC combat, and then it'll be done with Black Paper, and then it'll be on to the final creek fight after one more quest. I actually do want to be over here. Thinking about Waterfall Tears where I had to go to the other side. And I've definitely done it backwards too, where I went to this exit in Waterfall Tears, and that's not where Creek is.
Yeah, going back to speedrunning in PSO, it's really a testament of the game. For those who looked into some of the records for PSO, I know there's been occasion, some people saying there's a lot of, they'll call it like meme categories. It's kind of like half true. It's a testament to PSO that there's really so many fun challenges you can make out of this game.
Yeah, and this one isn't...
People in the PSO community, yeah, everyone here included.
This category isn't even on the leaderboard. That's just because I kind of made it up one day, and I don't think anyone else has tried it yet, but it's definitely fun.
Yeah.
I've definitely routed it out before, but I've never actually... I wanted to do it as a race with people, but I didn't get enough people interested in it to make it worth my while at the time. Might be better now, but I don't know when I'll try again, if I'll ever have the time to.
Yeah, it's still about 5-hour run, so it's kind of hard to get people to commit to that, and so it's understandable.
Yeah, I remember enjoying watching Carl do like the 25% category or the 50% category. Yeah, there's all sorts of things you can do.
Yeah, the 25% category is just basically the entire game, but only in normal mode. It takes about 8.5 to 9 hours. That includes all the missions, Soul Eater, and Nikiko's Frying Pan, and all of Episode 2. But in the non-plus game, there's no missions in Episode 2, so it's just clearing the maps.
Episode 2 ends up being most of the run. Well, a significant portion. I guess like 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 to 4 hours.
Actually, it might be... Oh, that topples me. That's not nice.
Because you didn't say hello to him first.
Who's this guy? Okay. He has the Barda strats.
Ooh, nice crit.
So this run's only 5 hours because QCast is a little bit slower than Force. A lot of bit slower. Glad to see you again. It's me, Crowy. Remember? Sorry to bother you again, but I didn't know who else to rely on. Lore, thanks for distracting the 2 guards back there. They were arrested. Now we can find the missing hunters. It's a good lesson for Anna. She's been quiet these past few days. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'll go back later with these 2 guys. Could use my own
So I just like
tailpipe.
Well,
So the two guys you beat up on, they just kind of disappear, and you never hear from them again. I guess it's implied that they were arrested?
They're in PSO jail, son.
Oh boy.
Can't run from the PSO law. Yes, arrested.
I'm gonna buy the extra marksman arm just in case we find a lock gun. Probably be able to get it. I'll probably be able to get it with the mag anyway, but just in case.
I think you're brave to be running without more than one marksman arm, honestly.
Why
If
is
it were me, I'd be looking for marksman arm in at least 3 of my slots.
You really came here after my simple request. We're friends. It hasn't been easy for us to survive by ourselves. Perhaps Anda was tempted by superficial kindness. But it's okay now. We can help support each other. What? How did I deceive him? Oh, it was quite easy. We're twins. I look like Anna. I just pretended to be Anna to stay with him. I knew it was risky, but I believed that you would come, Lord. Let me say thank you again. Don't forget to get your Mercedes.
Good old lore.
Alright, time for what's normally the last mission when we do all the missions, From the Depths. This is an urgent request from the Council. Big earthquake was confirmed under the surface of Rigel. The size of this quake was similar in power to that of the explosion. An army research team was sent to Rigel to investigate the quake, but they haven't returned yet. The army quickly decided to send hunters to find the Ross researchers. The Council also decided to send hunters. Lore, we want you to go below the surface of Rigel. According to the lab, the epicenter is located far beneath the ruins. Rescue the research team and also report to us on the status of the area. This is a confidential mission. Don't talk about it to anybody. You know how loose-lipped Lore is.
Yes. Also, welcome to the quest that confuses everybody the first time. Not necessarily where to go or how to finish it, but what the hell is going on?
Yeah, there's lots of disconnected dialogue. And also things that are not earthquakes. Gee, what a mess. Sure there are any survivors here? Our top priority is data collection. We have a mission to complete, right? You're so closed-minded. Hey, wait. I'll do as the boss said. I'll put him away. It really reeks of awkward translation.
It does.
So ideal drops here would be Buster and Lock-On. Buster for fighting Creek, mostly. Only having a brand, you can win, but it's really painful. You have to be very deliberate when you fight claws. If you try to fight them too fast, their invincibility frames will make you just whiff entirely.
This is where the combat separates the boys from the men.
Yeah, and with minions, like, the partisan's very safe, but you still have to be careful. And sometimes you just miss the first swing like that and you get smacked.
Just like that.
Just a reminder, we're still a HughCast.
Yeah. Of that, there is no doubt. The cutscene's gonna save us from damage there. Hmm? What's this? Ah! Help me! Hey, I told you to quit joking around.
Yeah, just use a soul atomizer.
Doesn't cure root, though.
True.
Alright.
You're giving me horrible flashbacks by
Root.
So crammed here. 100 years. Ah.
You get all smoky.
Yeah, it turns out white mist is bad for you. That was sloppy. Gunners to do some damage for me. Gunner Bros.
Lore explanation for this mission.
Hey, lock on.
They sent researchers and other hunters down here to find the researchers that went missing.
Why did you think I needed another lock on? Another marksman arm?
Because you're a Hewcast.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
It's not for the lock-on equipment, it's just for the sake of actually hitting things. Yeah, the explanation for the lore of this mission is pretty self-explanatory. It's explained by the quest counter herself. You kind of listen to it. The guy is magnificent. Voice acting. The Thickest of Falls? Yeah, the Orc Crits are could be considered Dark Falls.
Oh, and a buster. GG.
Nice.
Story is Tyro lied, people died.
Any stats on that Buster?
The buster is 0.
Perfect.
But hey, it's still good.
Special. Yeah, it's a Buster. Well, technically, Ash is one of the hunters that was hired to find the research team that went missing. But he's one of the only people that ends up surviving because of the, Yeah, why is that? Is it because he has bullshit protagonist powers? Is the only reason he survives?
he's too dumb for mind control. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense.
That actually makes a lot of sense. That explains why Kirik is slowly losing his marbles. I mean, that and he just got a battle boner to try and fight Lore here. Alright, so I said Ash survives, but that's only true if we do the Kirik subquest. Because if we don't do the Kirik subquest, he goes to the ruins and we don't know if he ever comes back. Then again, he does show up in episode 2, so what's the canonical version of that?
Well, the canonical version is you don't fight Creek in the first place, so...
Yeah, but he still goes back to the ruins after you finish, so he survives after finding nothing, I guess?
Yeah, he doesn't find anything.
Hey, another slicer. Also bad, but it's a slicer. I don't think there's actually any reason to use this now.
Probably not.
Oh wait, just dropping to theirs can be really awkward. And it's fine.
I mean, you could possibly tech it. It could be...
What? Where am I? Who are you? I guess I walk forward. What? You came to save me? Where am I? I can't remember. We all fell down and... Yes, heard the voice. What? Oh yes. Please take me back home. That's interesting. That's not usually what happens. When we arrived here, there were no traces of the research team. One of us started acting strange, and we heard a voice beneath us. Are you listening to me? Come closer. Come. I evolve. But I hear nothing anymore. Hey, are you really listening to me? Myself. What? Did you say something? Ooh. Stop! Stop that! Don't come near me! No! She's gonna try to smack me with her wand or her staff, but...
She actually hit you for 0 damage! Usually I just run around the Dominion and let the Dominion kill her.
True.
There's no reason to actually fight her since it's open PvP, I guess.
Although
PvPvE.
he could probably target you with her infinite range staff.
I mean, yeah, but if you're between her and the Dominion, she most likely targets the Dominion first.
True. I'm just used to
Still get knocked.
I'm just used to disposing of her with a single Robarda, so I don't have to worry about it.
True. She's really weak and she doesn't use techniques for some reason. I have never seen her use technique anyways.
Yeah, geez, that would be annoying. She's like bust out her own Robarda. I gotta watch my HP. A Del Saber crit could end me.
Yeah. But yeah, that dialogue, when you're walking forward, you can actually mash through that before you begin moving, and you can just run up to her faster than watching that cutscene where you walk up.
Yep.
It's really weird.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by the dialogue because I usually just skip through it, and it like looked different.
I bet.
Because I was like already up near her. Like I think you're supposed to walk to her during the cutscene, and if you skip through it, it has your character start walking. But then if you attack, you can break out of the forced movement.
Yeah. Apparently, I made the critical error of underestimating the box killer. What are you talking about, Slicer?
You can actually just hide in the Chaos Bringer's shield, but I like to freeze trap it anyway. I guess I could have used a Slicer here. There's exactly 4 claws. That's exactly how many things that Slicer can target.
Ives has been busy talking. I'm not gonna repeat everything he said, but oh yeah, he wants you to steal Kirik's emotion chip when you kill him.
What?
Yeah, Ives wants you to take Kirik's emotion chip after you kill him. Aside from the Soul Eater. I don't know why you would want to take his emotion chip. It's kind of corrupted and needs to be reformatted.
Oh, I'm not. Ooh, a better buster. Oh, it's just a machine. Never mind.
Almost better.
Not a better buster.
I haven't seen Starv's Ash tribute. You take it? I probably haven't. I don't watch a lot of Starv stuff, unfortunately.
Probably.
Yeah,
Why don't you just make a Twitch account so I don't gotta talk to you in Discord? It's kind of awkward during this marathon.
but he enjoyed.
Since Starv.
But you enable him, so why would he ever change?
True. I gotta stop it. He's privileged. He's learned this. I let him get away with too much.
Alright, I do want to shoot the red one to stun the other ones, but as long as I dodge, it doesn't matter too much.
It's a pretty solid shield you got there.
Can use the next level even. Just dodging traps, gunning through traps, left and right. So yeah, just hide under the shield, and the bringer does not hurt you.
He just took all your TP. Oh no!
At least when he shoots, it shouldn't do as much damage, right? Because it adds in whatever he
Who is
steals.
it? Are you from Pioneer 2? I'm Ash, a hunter. I'm here because the army was asking for help.
Alright, Ash. No, get away from those Belras. Oh, I don't have any traps left.
Oh no, I usually have a full
Oh,
photon attack, and I
no.
just use that to prevent him from getting killed. Paralyzed, rather.
No, I've got that now. I'm gonna use it, even though it's not optimal. I don't want him getting paralyzed.
Perfect timing, too. He was about to get hugged.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to be enough to flinch it, though. And maybe it will.
No, we'll flinch him, but... Oh, no, he actually finished it. Nice. And I'm invincible, so I can protect him now.
Ash does do work, but like if he gets paralyzed, he is a paperweight that follows you around.
And doesn't even recover himself that well.
You won't. The only thing you can do is go back to Pioneer.
You! Hey, do you remember me? It's me, Ash. You saved me that time. I've trained myself to be tougher since then. Do I look different? Are you...
Sure.
Are you still normal? Huh?
You're still normal. You can't just ask a cast if you're still normal.
I mean, it looks like Freak. Here's... Hey, why are you here? The research team? Oh, they were all killed. I found evidence of it. I saw a strange machine near the monument. It's what caused the quake. If you're going there, let me go with you. I want to become strong like you. You're my role model now. I want to prove to you that I'm better now. Let's go.
Ash being the arbiter of what is normal.
I'm pretty sure everyone was super jealous of his stag cutlery. Like, you don't expect to see a double saber on Ash. After not seeing him for so long, why would you expect him to have a super awesome weapon that does a lot of damage that you can't use because it doesn't drop till super late in the game? I'm not jealous, you're jealous!
So yeah, as you can see, I was finding a lot of Trimate drops, so I didn't need to buy all of them, but definitely want to make sure that I have enough for fighting Krieg.
Ash is a smooth brain. He's also level 28, so he has done some major training. His only downfall is the fact that he's a gamer.
I haven't used a stat cutlery in a long time because the game is sexist.
Yes, the male-only weapon. I haven't used a stag cutlery in a while either, just because Plushy took the 65 hit one we found.
It's called a steak cutlery, not a dough cutlery.
True.
Never thought about it that way. Good point. Explain the Zamba then.
It's called a Zamba, not a Zamba used by women. I don't know. Yeah, some of the class restrictions, especially the ones along gender lines, are kind of awkward, but it is what it is.
It's like the umbrellas, apparently, and don't mind getting wet.
Yeah, so Ash kind of out DPS's me, actually.
I mean, he
Look at
has
him go!
a 6
Look at him!
weapon.
He combos!
Yeah, if he gets paralyzed, you miss out on this.
Look at him! He full combo!
Yeah, if he gets paralyzed in the first room, it's actually probably better to go back and heal, as strange as that sounds.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
maybe
usually
not,
just
but
run
it
him
feels
into-
that way.
I usually just run him into the poison sac so the paralysis goes away. But he doesn't have anti, so...
Yeah, then you have a different problem that you risk him dying.
You think Ash hacks? He can't hack.
Alright, almost got him poisoned. That'd be bad.
We were just talking about that. Ash probably went online for the first 2 seconds of the game being online, and someone just handed him all that fun stuff. That's why he's got a stealth kit mag. You know, something that doesn't actually exist in the game. That's why his damage is so strong.
I don't remember when Stag Cutlery was introduced.
Well, he definitely has
Those
a...
were in version 1, right? So maybe it was just like one of those weapons that was in the code but only NPC viable. I mean, that being said, the not Red Scorpio, sorry, the not Red Scorpio was just a shot used by Eleanor in Doc's Secret Plan.
Interest cutlery is pink in V2. So I assume it's the same weapon, just pinker.
Probably. Yeah, Steg, if D1 has Steg Cutlery, it's pink instead of red, according to Elrond Eyes. I mean, he's an expert on that. So.
You do a bug, wouldn't it just be a feature? Pink is the manlier color.
That's why a lot of minions have the pink ones. I wish Soda Bin were the pink ones. If he hits her 120 with his final hit with heavy attacks, so good. Makes you wanna. This is where, if you're playing Hunter for the first time, this is where you really want to get into the game because you want that weapon. You want to be as strong as Ash, even though he's a human. This is where the boys become men.
Alright, so this next room is a little bit sketchy. But I'm gonna do my best to take a hit and then have that be the only hit I take. Yeah, one more would have been nice, but...
Don't get multi-hit, much up for the belly. Make sure Ash doesn't kill all of them. If there was a way to get Ash around just to have him deal with the bellow, would you dealt with the other guys?
That would be nice. And this is not ideal. I would have liked to be under 80 HP, but this is it's manageable.
Plus, you never wanted to become Ash, you always wanted to become Donatello. You always wanted to become a retired hero of the Great War that's never mentioned once before and die after stealing credit for 10,000 kills.
If the Great War is never mentioned, how do you know about it?
Because it's hinted. They hint that there's a war, but they never explain what the war was about.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they don't understand. I just like there's three heroes, and you know two of them. You learn that Donoff is one of the great heroes if you actually go through and read all the dialogues and stuff. And you know Flowen's a hero for the same reason. In fact, you actually even go fight him, kind of. But... Is there enough traps to kill you?
Yeah, there's one more.
Okay.
I was surprised I spawned both of them there.
Yeah. Alright, but like the last hero is Zoke. And you see Zoke, but has no information of him being a great hero of a war, aside from if you tell Sue your name and go through some fidangling to get Bernie to appear in Retired Hunter. And if you do it correctly, he says Zoke, Flowen, and Donna, the three great heroes of the war. And it's just like, why is Zoke a great hero? He dies in ruins with Bernie trying to protect him, and he loses all his katanas. It's just like, what? Zoke's a great hero, but he can't defend himself? What a joke.
Yeah, we did a little bit of a death warp there to save walking back. It saves a little bit of time. Probably less because I had to go through 3 traps. This is the final switch we have to hit. We can kind of just back out here without spawning any monsters.
Zoke had 3 katanas.
True. I'm just talking. I'm just talking about the double buster, or double saber, or sorry, the stag cutlery. It's a double buster in Dreamcast. It is a double palish in GameCube for whatever reason. It's weird in both Dreamcast and GameCube since Twin Brand is a better weapon, and yet Brand is worse than both the Stag's color incarnation.
What?
Oh, he's saying that the Brand blue is worse than the Dreamcast pink and the GameCube red. So he's saying it's weird that the Stag Cutlery is a red color as compared to the Dream... He's saying that the double brand is better than the Stag Cutlery. That's all. And then he also says Donoff was a worthless old man, mixed messages. I mean, yeah, if you get a different dialogue option, that Bernie does indeed say that. But that's only because he's a salty little fire ranger. He's a salty little burning ranger. Alright, make sure not to soft lock.
I'm not going to soft lock.
Are you sure? You put telepipes on the B button, you might
It's
soft lock.
vibrating.
Is it reacting to this monument? I think these monsters are strange. The more that are killed, the stronger the next monsters become. It seems like something is controlling them. They come at us as if they were soldiers ordered to do so. Yes, these unending monsters are fighting to protect something. Did this machine find something significant?
I think he's thinking too much into this.
Not working.
Yeah, Ash, the mind.
Was it examining this monument? Perhaps it happened to touch something sealed in this ruin. Earthquake, panic guys, monsters. Anyway, let's copy the data and then turn it off. I had my
So if
finger
you
off the
telepipe
tailpipe.
before that-
Yeah, I had my finger off the button to not soft lock the game until after the machine stopped.
So you can telepipe before the machine turns off, but if you do, you soft lock the mission, and you have to either save quit or soft reset the game. Which at this point, if we soft reset, we lose all the progress we've made, but we can still save and quit and start the mission from scratch. So when the game doesn't progress the monument thing, it's in a state where it's trying to turn off the monument, but you're in Pioneer 2, so it can't do it, and you're just stuck there without any access to any inputs.
I think it's because it like freezes you in place, and then the trigger to unfreeze you doesn't fire for whatever reason.
Yeah. Alright, so here's a fun thing. There's two ways to get Ash to stop following you. After that monument, if you take that warp back and then keep walking, he'll go, I'm gonna go look for more survivors. But if you come to Pioneer 2 and go to turn the quest in, same thing.
We're not gonna
And
turn
yeah,
the quest
Shiner,
in.
that's the...
We're gonna go back
Right,
to
yeah,
ruins
because
too.
now we gotta go look for more survivors too, because we're worried about baby Ash.
Oh, he's here with someone else, I guess.
Alright, so are you gonna save Ash, or are you just gonna leave him here?
What's faster?
I mean, if you don't talk to him, you just leave him here on the floor.
He'll be fine.
So after you kill Kirik, you can actually choose to talk to Ash, and if you talk to him, you pick him back up, and he's like very, very mad that he can't hit Kirik yet.
He's impressed on the fact that you beat him.
Yeah, but he's just like, darn,
Alright.
you beat him?
I have not 30 items in my inventory, so we're good there. Have to use
Yes,
set.
if you have 30 items in your inventory when you kill Kirik, the Soul Eater drops, but it drops directly into your inventory, so it won't hit the ground. So
Right,
you
Tyler.
lose the Soul Eater.
Soul Eater would
Here
get eaten.
it comes.
Let's watch the animation of the scythe when he swings to see if it's a soul vanish.
Oh dear.
The healing items around Ash's head.
Oh, I'll kill you. Oh, he got first strike. That's annoying.
Oh wait, fine. Darn it. I'm sorry, my subscription to you ran out. Week over Ash.
Buster's really good because it's
Okay.
got the accuracy here.
New theory. Because we kept thinking that Ash wasn't affected by the craziness. Maybe because... Maybe he was, and that's Falls talking through Ash, but because his brain isn't wired like the rest of us, he actually gets, like, smarter.
He just threw out a heavy there.
He takes all the positive and leaves all the negative.
So, instead of going, 1,000 years and stuff, he actually, like, smart.
So yeah, I gotta keep chugging monomates here. And so does he.
How many trimates does he carry?
Enough.
He can only carry up to 10. But I don't know the exact amount he has.
Another scary heavy. Oh,
'Cause if he broke the game's rules, then that'd be cheating.
he dodged my attack. What a clever guy. Keep those high rolls going.
It's not the Black Hound for nothing.
Ooh, nice block. Although, yeah, sometimes that happens anyway, that you're away from him and you still get hit. Or he follows up with a heavy and crits, kills you.
Yeah. Like
I
what
wonder if
Landon
Shadow
said,
would
you can't
actually
stop
work
hitting
here.
yourself.
No, it's not worth it. He blocks so much.
True. But, like, I still want to do a run where I have a Shadow weapon, and I just want to try it for shits and giggles. Ash was an immune Dark Falls, looked at his brain and was like, nah, I'm throwing this one back.
I see. What is that? He like suddenly moves off to the side.
Wow!
Dude, this game has become sentient.
Ooh, invincibility. Perfect.
I mean, I gotta admit, that's what I would have done.
Can the photon attack? I've never gotten. Oh, nice. I've never gotten photon attack during this fight. Does it actually hit him?
No.
Does anyone know?
No. Oh. Yeah, I put my tailpipe on my B button because I've accidentally put it on R plus A and then used my photon blast trying to leave.
That's fair.
I'm
You didn't
using
even pick
grinder.
Ash up. You didn't even pick him up for the lore. Come on, dude.
Yeah, let's see.
CL for the
Lord.
Lord.
Sold your Buster. Oh no! Why would you do that?
Don't even know I'm checking that.
Well, no, it served us well.
Oh wait, were we paying attention to his swings? I wasn't paying attention to see
Nope.
if he had.
Yeah, there was no particle. It was a soul. But like what was proposed, I mean, maybe can't remember the last time I actually did this quest outside of normal. I have, but it was so long ago I wouldn't remember. Maybe he does equip a soul banish.
Dude, you got
Higher,
perfect Soul
difficulty.
Eater. Nice.
Were they all dead? Oh. I'm so sorry. I'll send
Sad
this
music
data
thing.
to the lab for analysis. You're done. Thank you. Visit the guild for your reward.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Alright, we did fall behind the PB finally. That was too much dialogue even for this run to handle. That's okay. This has been extremely fun. Now we're gonna go finish it up. This is the home stretch and we're gonna go through regular old ruins. And go fight Dark Falls.
Ive says probably hard plus for the Soul Banish, because Ash gets Twin Brand at that difficulty or something like that, I guess.
Anyway, this weapon's pretty good.
And now we have become...
Oh,
Pretty
okay,
good.
that was a bad... That was like the worst example of the soldier. There we go. I hate claws, but that's beside the point. So yeah, I sold the Buster, but like, compared to the lock-on, yeah, it's just like, this is better than everything. It's better than... It's a partisan, it hits multiple things.
Oh, it's technically a scythe, but with partisan.
It's the same thing internally.
except
There's
everyone-
multiple categories of partisans, and I know what you're talking about, but
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to throw a bone into the whole confusing everyone thing. I'm confused myself, don't worry.
You're
not
doing a
alone.
damn fine job of it, Carl.
Thank you.
imagine one comboing things in the ruins.
I remember this one time, I forget the streamer, but someone was playing PSO, and they'd just gotten to hard mode, and they were looking for their first red box weapon. And I told them if they go to normal mode, they could potentially get a Soul Eater. So I stayed with them for 5 hours explaining how to get the Soul Eater, and they did it, got it, and they were super disappointed because it wasn't stronger than a Buster.
What?
Or it was slightly stronger than a Buster. Or a partisan, a Palish? Sorry, I forget which weapon. I think it was the Palish that they were using.
But did they realize the multi-hit was there?
I had to explain it to them that it's a partisan with the same damage as a Palish. And he's like, oh, I guess you're right.
Also,
On
Berserk.
top of that, it has... Yeah, Zerk is just really strong.
I'm pretty sure you can use it way earlier than a Palish too, can't you? Or no?
Yes, because it has a lower ATP requirement. Like there's a lot of useless... Akiko's Frying Pan is kind of useless because you can get it super early, but you can't use it until later in the game. Like, later in the early game. Like, level 26 plus for Qcast without using your mag. Which is like a ridiculous amount of damage early on. Just the Regal Ring and Kiko's Frying Pan, and then Soul Eater. At least one of the 3 things you can get are good.
If I play my cards
The
right,
walk
I'm never
of a
going to
key-
telepipe again, but So I do want to be careful about not using too many monomites if I can avoid it.
Yeah. If you want to do that, then I'd recommend just like unequipping the Soul Eater while you're running. Every 15 steps of the Soul Eater drains 1 health.
It's true. Barely hitting that threshold to stun Belras. That was a mistake to use the normal attack.
Plushie, it's Walk of Akiko's shop, not Akiko's Walk. Get the name right.
Aren't there both weapons?
I don't know, maybe. But the Walk of
Shop
Akiko's
of-
shop is the dagger with the charge special.
Chop of Wakiko's act.
You thought the Soul Eater health drain was a dot? I thought so too. Someone told me it was, and I was like, no, I swear, I remember sitting down and taking damage just sitting idle as a Humar. But that was not the case. I indeed was running around. It is based on the number of steps you take. It is not a dot. Unless it's specific only to Blue Burst where it's walking around. But I'm pretty sure it applies to GameCube the same way.
Doubt they would change that. Alright, pro strats on equipping.
Yeah, don't lose your health. And that trap that's not centered on that button that explodes when you get close, unlike every other button trap that only explodes when you hit the button. Akiko's Walk is the saber with the Elemental Fire special. Or Elemental Freeze special. EFR special. Also, Plushie, you were wrong. Walk of Akiko's shop is the dagger, Akiko's Walk is the saber, and Akiko's frying pan is the katana. It's the strongest weapon in the game, the ultimate weapon. Is that an HP material?
It is an HP material.
Nice. We don't need it, but nice. Plushie, you have a Twitch account. Get out of my Discord.
Wow.
Talk to me on Twitch like a man.
Wow.
Only Ives can be in my head. Why am I enabling this? I should just close my Discord so I can't talk to Ives.
Wait, they'll disconnect the call up.
I can close it without disconnecting the call. It'll just minimize the taskbar. Plus, you talk to Ives in your own Discord, damn it.
We'll call that
Ooh, you got hugged!
plan to get invincibility.
Landed invincibility with the Beller hug. I like it. The Beller love. The invincibility with the claws. You've died to Del Lily when you're wearing Luminous Field to build. Does the Luminous Field also have the health drain per step? Or is that actually a dot? I'm willing to say it's the step thing again. Anything that drains health feels like it'd be a step thing. I know Gale Geel does the same thing in Blueberry.
Yeah, where is this dot thing? Where are there any dots in this game? Other than poison.
Poison? Poison?
But that's like it. Ah, the corner got me.
Watch your corners. Aurafield drains CP, but that's not damage over time. That's technically not damage because you're not taking damage. You're losing TP. What do we call that then?
Used to still call it a dot. It was just a different kind of damage instead of health damage.
Mental damage over time.
Mod.
Luminous Field, Flame Garment, Single Parasite Wear, but not the 4th tier Wearer's Armor. What's so special about the 4th tier? Why does it not hurt you? It's still a virus. It's like a cold.
I don't know why I'm going to try my way to pick up a Satan, but yeah, but the whole time it's Die Hard.
Money is important.
Not anymore.
Money is power.
I've got tons of money.
Fleshy, I mean, the Flame Garment's on fire. I assume it has to lose HP. You can't just walk around on fire and be fine. Unless you have resist burning.
Shiner, I think the Parasite gear has the highest defense in the game, but
Best gear? No. Highest defense? Possible. Best gear is the one that you wear. Or, you know, Is there a best gear in the game for armor?
People usually the aura field, but
The aura field isn't on fire, it has an aura around you.
Back off, Pokemon.
this has a lot of doable equipment though. So
You just swinging just feels so slow. I'm so used to seeing this with a god battle. I haven't played with a Soul Eater in a long time. Man, you left the Diamond on the floor, not even full health.
Oops. I forgot about it. I did want to get it.
Yes, Plushie, I'm here to embarrass you with facts.
facts and logic.
This map again. Getting a lot of repeat maps lately.
At least this is a good map.
Yeah, it's average.
Oh, right, for glitches. I'm thinking in terms of glitch runs.
Mech guns. Not really gonna use that.
Maybe it has hit.
Alright. Or we could have 15% dark, which really doesn't do anything, because in this game, percentages multiply based off of the weapon ATP, which is basically nothing for a mech gun.
True. I'm still waiting for the day I find another. I did find, during my speedrun days, I did find mech guns that had 45 dark, 55 hit.
Nice.
They were ridiculous. Or no, it was 55 dark, 45 hit. And then I also found a shot that had roughly similar numbers. I think it was like 50 dark, 55 hit. Or 50-50. I forget the values exactly, but like they were ridiculously high. And in normal mode, finding anything with that much hit is just absurd. The annoying part was, in a glitched run, you don't even need hit because you have over 1,000 attack accuracy anyways, thanks to stacking weapons.
Claws.
The good old treadmill streams.
I can still do them, I just don't have a foot cam anymore. I have to get another camera, and I'm too broke to do it. People have to... I don't know. I don't want to get people to donate for another webcam, but at the same time I don't feel like dishing out money for another webcam by myself.
It's okay, you got your fancy new job now.
True, but I'm not using that money for a webcam. I'm saving that so I can buy myself a house. So I can get out of my... Okay, this is not the place to talk about my personal situation.
It's not?
I mean, it could be, but this stream is about the lore, about the game, not the lore of Carl. I already have a book for myself.
I mean,
Where's
to me
George
that's
Glass?
one and the same, but I'll
Just wonder, where is George Glass? He's missing all the lore. I wonder if the book's still going. Hey, shot!
Yeah, we already saw a few shots. I threw away a shot early on. Doesn't sell for a ton.
I wasn't...
Carl's
some-
was like, squirrel!
At some point, I did leave to go get myself something to eat. So that might have been when you found them.
How dare you. Alright, we only
I'm
need
sorry, I got hungry.
We only need to kill the bringer here. Oh, one of the Dominions is gonna come back, that's fine.
Level 20.
Phantasy. Excuse me, you're missing a C in that name. I disapprove. Come here.
Yeah.
See Carl,
Sometime
but
more
see a
time.
silent Bobadine.
I'm not that upset about it. I don't know. I don't know why. I like Carl, but I couldn't decide if I wanted to see or a K, so I just went with both. The C is silent. Scarl. Scarl! Show us your Zerk energy!
No. Later.
I remember one run I was trying to... It was like 3 or 4. I forget which room it was. Oh, it was the mission. It was Why can't I think of the name? I was talking about it earlier. The one with
late.
Zoke.
Seek my master.
That's the one. Thank you. Oh man, I'm embarrassed. I know all these names. I don't remember. I don't know how I forgot it. But yeah, I was doing Seek My Master, and there's a room with 4 gunners, and I decided I'm gonna zerk these guys, and I zerked the red one, and I missed, and then I got shot by a laser because I hit the 2 green ones around it, and I was at 0 health. I got so mad. I'm still mad about that. It wasn't my fault. The only reason I actually died is because I did the quick select menu glitch. So if you do the quick select menu inputs, but you hit R and Y at the same time, the menu actually progresses one menu, and I had it on the healing menu, but it progressed to my trap menu, so I tried to use a healing item and went to a trap instead. I was not happy.
Well, I didn't know that was a thing. That explains the mismenuing that I've found like inexplicable.
Dude,
There
I
are,
was
there are a
trying for
few
the longest...
there are a few newer speedrunners like myself around the block that have always wondered what the heck is going on when that happens.
When I first began speedrunning, I did that so much, and I could not figure out why. And then eventually, one day, I just managed to repeat it repeatedly over and over and over, and it's just like, huh. So just doing the inputs 2-frame perfectly causes that bug. And it doesn't make any sense as to why it would progress the menu in extra time. Maybe Ives knows. He's typing in chat right now, so I will give you guys an answer if he answers me correctly. For the sake of knowledge and science and everyone who adores it.
Yeah, we got our Maruto.
Maruta!
Better late than never. We might get a chance to use it if we get certain maps.
That Maruta Magenta does not fit your costume. It totally clashes.
No,
The wrong color.
no, it's awesome. What are you talking about?
Oh, I don't know, man. It's too pink, and you're a purple.
It's an accent color.
It doesn't accent you very well.
It's trim.
2021 and people still learn about weird bugs in PSO, the game that keeps on giving. Alright, no, Ives didn't answer me, so he doesn't actually know. We found something Ives doesn't know! Congratulations, guys, we did it. I'll just assume he knows the answer, he's just reluctant to tell us why. Alright, keep your secrets.
I should probably be playing these safer.
Ives doesn't know yet. I'm sure he'll dig it out of the game's code sometime.
Right now, it's the domains I need to go for. The gunners are optional. They'll get in my way.
I assure you that is definitely not what it is. Try it out yourself. You'll wonder why your menu isn't where you left it. If you do it too quickly, it will progress an extra menu for no reason.
So very nice gunners there. Can hit me, hit the claws.
Perfect gunner RNG. Gunner manipulation strats. Only the red one wasn't there.
Potent drop.
Nice! We got the drop. Shiny, it's funny you say that. Like, my first month of trying to speedrun this game, I found the principal skip. You know that, the digital keyboard? If you open that up when the game begins, right before you talk to the principal on a new character, you can skip talking to him. It skips about 4 seconds. And the only reason I did it was because I was mashing the keyboard button when I was loading up a new character.
Yeah, we're gonna take a hit here. Man. Oh well. That's fine.
It's just Rapoli.
This map is not particularly great. but it is the final map. Oh, hey, Buster. We can see exactly how much... Oh, if I could input it right. I was gonna say we could see how much better Buster was compared to the Soul Eater.
Ooh, nice lock-on. I hope it has good dark.
It has some dark.
5. It has 5. Better than your base one. It has +3 grind on it too.
But yeah, the Soul Eater does like, yeah, ton more damage. 40 attack power is like +8 damage, and then it's multi-target, and then it's more accurate, and it's a partisan, so it's very safe to attack with. Ooh, a halberd. Not gonna pick that up.
Can you even use a halberd yet? I don't think you have the ATP for it.
I'm very close. It's like 215, I think.
Yeah, halberd requires a lot of ATP for no reason. And Soul Eater is just better than it.
Well, partisan, it's partisans in general, but I think that's because it's something that rangers can also equip, so they want to make sure that rangers can't use it too early. Because swords require less, but only hunters can use it. Being able to consistently stun Bellows is nice. Ow. It was just slow there. Yeah, it's north.
Oh, I almost got hugged.
Oh, awkward angle. I should have taken that more carefully. Hide under the shield again.
Is that a shield or is that just... Oh, I don't think that looks very much like a shield.
And it's like
It's more like a melee weapon.
yeah, but he doesn't use it like one, so
I know, it's just like weird. I don't understand the design of the left hand of a bringer. Rangers can't equip any person in Dreamcast. Yeah, I mean, if it was a shield, then why is there a hole? I mean, Del Sabers have a hole, but they have to use their lifeblood in order to use the lock, so. Anyways, Ive says, Rangers can't equip any partisans in Dreamcast, but they can in GameCube as part of Sega's massive overkill attempt to make range anymore. True. Rangers were really bad in Dreamcast, but they definitely are much better in GameCube. That being said, Ramar being my favorite class makes me very sad to hear that Ramars are the worst in Dreamcast. Mostly because, as a ranger, they can't use the ranger weapons. The exclusive ranger weapons that only Cass can use because they're so good. Mostly referring to just the the frozen shooter. If anyone that's played Dreamcast as a ranger should know.
Frozen shooter wasn't new to GameCube. I'm surprised.
No, it was a version 2, and the thing was they actually nerfed it in GameCube.
What?
Yeah. So the frozen shooter in Dreamcast has guaranteed 100% no miss accuracy. So it didn't matter what your ATA was. If you could equip it, your special attack would guaranteed hit. It was dumb. And it was always guaranteed to freeze, just like kind of it is in GameCube. But if you actually miss with it in GameCube, it will actually not freeze if you miss. So they actually made it work like a normal weapon, but it still had the guaranteed freeze special. That being said, needles still rule the day.
Of course. I knew Spread Needle was there.
Spread needle is broken.
These guys are all clustered up. Oh, I just thought I could hit all three. Let's try that again.
Rumbar stack growth is also terrible on Dreamcast. When you reach alt, you can't even equip a Disca yet. Oh yeah, that's right. The Frozen Shooter also turns into a Snow Queen on GameCube. That's new. But the Snow Queen, the only thing different on the Snow Queen is they remove the combo potential and give you piercing attack. But I think that's fine. Piercing guaranteed freeze attack. Online with lag. You can shoot down the center of a room and freeze everything because of latency. Snow Queen's my favorite weapon in the game, so I'm very partial to having one. Especially my most recent greatest find ever, a 50-hit Frozen Shooter. I will brag about it to the end of the earth. And for anyone who plays on legit and don't think that's impressive, screw you, I found mine legit. I didn't use the cheatsy doodle little event thing. I always find it weird that this room specifically you have to kill the gunners to progress.
Wait. Shoot, you're right.
Did you forget?
Yeah, well, I got confused because I spawned the extra wave and I didn't really want to. Anyway, I gotta deal with this now.
Well, yeah. You're welcome.
Well, I would have figured it out
Hey,
eventually.
we get to see... Yeah, you get to see more game.
Hit this gunner for me.
Well, I'm not saying Snow Queen's better. Each weapon has its situation. Frozen Shooter is definitely better in most situations, just because you get the 3-hit combo. But I like Snow Queen because it's just a cool weapon.
So if you killed the red gunner before stunning it, then it doesn't stun the other ones, which can be kind of annoying. Alright, there we go.
They'll do it with 100% APs. Good, nice. 100% anything is gonna do a lot of damage.
I spawned the extras again. I always forget at the last second. Mental fatigue is sitting in just a little bit.
Yeah, it's hard to sit for a long period of time and do everything perfectly. I understand finding a free play SGS is more praiseworthy find. Also, by the which, I did find a free play SGS. Humble brag. Is it even humble now? No, I'm just showing off. Honestly, I don't use my SJ all that much. I don't play 100 that often.
This is a good time to use the Photon Blast.
I'd get around the Valor more, but he's coming to you.
I think I'm gonna hit him. If I don't, I'll be sad, but it's fine.
Healer! I like the description of this. It hits only aerial enemies. Apparently those were all in the air. Wow, it actually killed the Valor on one hit.
Oh yeah, it does like 700 plus.
True. It almost looked like it didn't even hit the bringer.
Yeah, and it's resistant. Do I really have 10 triments? Okay. I guess I just,
Yeah, you've been using your Dimates the whole time.
I guess so.
Going the wrong way? There you go.
Yeah. Disoriented. We're okay. We got this. Alright, there's extras again. Not falling for it again. Photon launchers are pretty good, by the way. At low level, as soon as you can get them. They're kind of awkward, but they have their use.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely really good against like aerial bosses, like the dragon. Derelay, it's actually really good against too if you can get the right angle. I'm pretty sure this this room doesn't have extra enemies if you walk further in.
We'll see.
Yeah, it's like those two rooms are trick you into not going in any further. This layout doesn't have that. It's hard to keep all these maps separate in your head once you just like get to playing so many missions and for so long.
Yeah, I gotta
you
get
just kind
better
of forget
notes.
what spins where.
My notes are kind of spotty for runes. It's definitely something I can improve on. Alright. And we are at the long hallway. And I'm not paying attention to where I'm walking. There we go.
Rangers can equip an SGS and Dreamcast? Why? Ives, why are you telling me this now? Rainbow insecurity? What is that? Rainbow's what, the sword? Or is that a shield? I forget what shit made that into. That's the sword.
So again, there's two waves. I don't care about those lot emanates in the back. But I do care about those soda minions. Ow.
Rainbow Ring is the shit shield. Right, that's the one that has 100% resistance to every element. Does that also pay to win? Okay. That rest to dodge, though.
Yeah, exactly. It should be the last minion. Yeah, okay, whatever. I've got enough recovery, we're just gonna go for it, and if we die, we have a safety pipe.
You got 3 stars and 10 tri-mates, you got 13 full heals, you should be fine.
I should be fine.
Do you have like another monomate yet? Just so you can get above the threshold?
I'm gonna wait until after Darvins anyway. Alright,
Makes sense.
we're here. Yeah, I don't have monoites anyway. The only way we can really lose is if, like, Falls just spams attacks and doesn't stop, which can happen.
Even then, even in normal mode, it's kind of hard to really use those.
Yeah, and I also have escaped all.
Right on healing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when she just spams for foe, then yeah, you're kind of out of luck.
The goal is to
Maruta.
finish Falls with the Soul Eater for this first form. It's definitely more gun favored.
I mean, if you stand in the right spot, if you have max height, if you have max height, you should be able to hit the heads above you.
You say shift to strats?
Shift the strats! Alex, what was that about Maruta dropping the ball in the SD? I think Maruta did just a perfectly fine job. In fact, I'd be willing to say it's a much better spot to do it now rather than the beginning of the fight. Not even zerking.
Not yet. Didn't want to use it on Darvins.
I mean, true, but you could have done it. Want him just ahead before the Darman spawn.
I could, I guess.
Alright, time to hit her tummy. It's tasty.
What else would you call it?
I don't know, it looks like a heart. It's pulsing like a heart.
Actually could have gotten some Zerks in if I was clever, but I was not.
You could have gotten one Zerk in there.
But what I could do is wait to recover until the end. Like, here, I can just Zerk like this. And now I'm invincible, so GG.
G, a G.
The end of that.
Zerk the world, feast on the flesh.
And that's why this is a cool category, because usually Falls is much more obnoxious to kill.
Ding, 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 ding.
Unfortunately, we got lured to the other side of the arena, so time is when we go in the teleporter.
Time.
By my count, 4:45:18, which is only 3 minutes slower than my PB. So
Job,
voice
Congrats.
acting is
Well done.
not that costly. But next time we'll have to do all the voice acting, and then that will be like do all the voice acting and all the quests. That would be a fun one, and very long, very long.
And do it in very hard, just so we can get the extra Eleanor ending and the extra.
All difficulties.
Yeah. You gotta start it in normal, do all the quests, get Soul Eater, and then go to very hard, and then do the extra Eleanor stuff, and then get Raggle Ring. Oh god, a Raggle Ring run. I don't even want to imagine how long that would take. Jeez. You mess up once and the Raggle Ring becomes impossible to get unless you restart.
Even if you don't mess everything up, you have to unlock everything in episode 2. You pretty much have to get to Seabed before you can even start it.
True.
Yeah,
I
underestimate
mean,
with
if
all
you're
the
playing
narration.
on PSO Plus.
Sorry.
No, don't worry about it. You can go.
I was gonna say, yeah, underestimate with all the narration. Yeah, I tried to account for like it being a little laid back, failing a quest, and like even with all the narration, I was like, I'm not losing time. So I think one thing I improved upon from last time was not going out of my way to shop more than I absolutely had to. Shopping really eats into your time a lot. So we traded shopping for narration and got a good result. What would you rather watch as a task overnight? Final Fantasy IX or Breath of Fire 4?
I like both of those.
Breath of Fire 3. Not Breath of Fire 4.
I was gonna say, is there 4?
Good question. It's a really tough one. I think I'm gonna have to roll.
I'd probably vote Breath of Fire 3 also, just because people are less familiar with it. It's a really good game. That was one of my favorite games in the PlayStation 1.
Man, I missed out on so many good games back in the days just because of not having time to play a lot of games and not having the systems to play some of these games. Kind of makes me want to go back and play them, but I guess watching them's the next best thing.
Indeed, thank you, Diley, for the run. You did an excellent job. Everybody follow AK Diley for more PSO content.
Yep, I run various categories of this, and other games from time to time. And thanks especially to both you, Starved, and Carl for coming out and keeping this lively while I suffer through the long caves and getting toppled over and adding some flavor to this 5-hour run.
That was fun.
Very. We shall do it again another time, probably during the next really, really long-a-thon. Maybe we can make it a race.
That'd be something. Here's a request about New Genesis.